I do work on houses that are being built, doing inspections and checks on wiring and various other things. I work on a fairly small team of 4 guys, and for the most part, it's usually just myself and my boss on a job, since I'm the senior member of the team, and we can get a job done pretty quickly. Some parts of my job require me to get up into nooks and crannies of homes that are still being put together, and usually, if I have to cram myself into one of these areas to do a wire check, I'll grab my cell phone and use it as a flashlight, because I don't own an actual flashlight. It's 2023. My phone can replace a lot of my tools, so why shouldn't it? Anyways, on the day that this seriously crazy event happened, my boss and I went to Taco Bell for breakfast before we went out to our job. But we went through the drive-thru. We didn't actually go into the restaurant. We got our food, which I will say was horribly unhealthy, and was something we should not have done, and got to our job. We sat at a partially built kitchen counter and ate, and were talking about various aspects of what we needed to confirm that day, and what we needed to completely finish. We finish our breakfast, get our stuff together, and get to work. Throughout the day, I had to use my phone as a flashlight, and to call into the office for information, as well as text my wife. It was in my hand for a good amount of the day, up until around 1 when my boss and I decided we were going to take a lunch break. I put my phone down on the counter and we both head outside to just sit and drink our soda on the front step. It was pretty common for us to get breakfast and just relax for a bit on our lunch break, so we weren't planning on going anywhere or anything like that. After the 45 minutes or so is up, my boss stands up and says, "Alright, let's get back to it. We should be able to finish this job out in a couple of hours, and maybe we can head out a bit early." I nodded, saying that sounded like a good plan, and we walked back in. After a couple of minutes, I needed my phone, and reached down to my pockets, and it wasn't there. After a couple of moments, I remembered that I had put my phone down on the kitchen counter just before we took our break, and I told my boss that I needed to run downstairs to go get it. I ran down to the kitchen, and it wasn't there. My phone was not on the counter. I was a bit concerned, but we were the only 2 on the job, and the house was built to the point that it had walls and doors, so there was no way that someone could have snuck onto the job and stolen my phone. So I figured that my boss may have been playing a prank on me and had grabbed it earlier to mess with me. I ran back up the stairs and asked if he had my phone. He shook his head, saying no. I mentioned that it wasn't on the counter, and he asked if I may have grabbed it and put it somewhere else and just forgotten. I didn't think that was the case, but then I asked him if he could call the phone real quick so I could try to find it. He agreed, grabbed his cell phone, and dialed. And I could not hear it ringing. I definitely had it on ring, not vibrate, for safety reasons on the job, and it was not ringing. It was ringing on my boss's side, though, so it was definitely on. It went to voicemail at first, and I asked him if he could call it again, and he did. But that's where things got really weird. After a couple of rings, someone actually answered the phone. At first, my boss pulled his phone away from his face to make sure he called the right number, and he had. He then asked who he was speaking with, and the person said that they were an employee at Taco Bell, and that they had found this phone sitting on the sink in the restroom and asked if we were the owners. My boss stared at me and just sort of said, "Yeah, we were trying to find the phone. You said it's at Taco Bell? The one at the intersection where we got breakfast, right?" And the woman confirmed. She said that she would keep it behind the counter if we could come and get it. My manager said that we would be right there. Needless to say, this was confusing as hell. how did my phone end up at Taco Bell? Much less the restroom of Taco Bell. We didn't go in, so I didn't go into the restroom. I had used the phone a couple of times while we had been working the job that day, and I swear I sent a text to my wife. My manager told me to go ahead and go get it, since it was only a couple of minutes away, and I did. And when I got it, I checked to see if the text messages were there. They weren't. The battery was also at 95%, which, if I'd been using my flashlight like I had been, was impossible. There's no way that I was using my boss's phone at the job, as he was definitely using it. I swear that I had it at the house, and I swear that I left it on the counter before we stepped out for a few minutes, but it somehow had teleported to a Taco Bell restroom that I didn't go in a couple of miles down the road. I've been a long-time listener to glitch stories over multiple podcasts, and I've always enjoyed them. They're definitely my favorite type of paranormal-like stories. I have one event that I'm pretty certain was a glitch, but it's something that has bothered me ever since it happened. The story actually begins with my childhood best friend, whom I'll call Sasha for the sake of privacy. Sasha and I grew up in the same neighborhood, and we were absolutely inseparable from the day that we met in kindergarten up to the day that she moved just before freshman year. We shared countless memories. The main and most important one to this story is when she turned 12. On her 12th birthday, her dad had bought her an acoustic guitar, because she claimed that she wanted to learn how to play it. After that day, Sasha had spent hours each week learning how to play it. And between then and the day that they moved away, she had learned how to play it really well. She was absolutely talented, to the point that she could listen to a song a couple of times and could easily start strumming the notes of the song or tell what tuning the song was in. Basically, she was on her way to become a guitar prodigy. The next year, I had actually gotten a little drum set that was basically a single snare, a bass drum, and a cymbal, and I sucked at it. But we had plans to start a band someday. And I even remember the band's name. We were going to call ourselves Blue Rock, because it sounded cool to our young brains. Then, just before freshman year, her dad ended up getting a job offer out of state, and they ended up having to move to another state. We promised that we would always be friends and that we would keep in touch, but, of course, as things go, we ended up losing touch. Fast forward to about a year ago, I was sitting on Facebook and thinking about some old friends that I had lost communications with, and Sasha's name came to mind. I went and searched for her, and I did find her. Her account was private, but I knew that face anywhere, so I immediately sent her a friend request. When she accepted, I went over and started scrolling to see what she had been doing with her life. And I was sad to see that there were no mentions of her musical talent, no mentions or videos of her with a guitar. Instead, she seemed to have a bunch of photos of paintings and food. I figured that she may have just shifted interests as she grew up. It's a bit disappointing, but it is what it is. I sent her a message and thought that I would be funny. I said, "Hey, now that we're connected again, do you want to go ahead and get Blue Rock going?" With a laughing emoji. She sent me a question mark and asked what Blue Rock was. I was heartbroken. She had completely forgotten our musical plans. I mentioned that it was our band that we were going to start, and that she was going to sing and play guitar, and that I was going to play the drums, and we were going to take over the world from our small town in Idaho. She mentioned that she had no idea what I was talking about. I sent a sad face but moved on, saying, "Oh well, do you still play guitar at least?" And once again, she had no idea what I meant. According to Sasha, she has literally never played guitar. Ever. She never got a guitar for her birthday. She and I never made plans to start a band, and she wasn't a guitar prodigy. I was beyond confused. These were core memories for me. Sasha was basically my only friend from the time I was 5 to when she moved. So there's no way that I confused her with another friend. I remember listening to her playing Sweet Child of Mine on her guitar because I was amazed at the fact that she figured it out. I remember spending the night at her place and us writing lyrics for these cringy songs about how much we loved the rain and other stupid preteen things. All of these things are things that I can recall in pure and clean detail. But according to Sasha, they never happened. We've spoken on the phone and even met up once when she came to town to visit her parents, and I actually went with her to see them, and they didn't remember ever getting her a guitar either. In fact, her dad mentioned that they had actually gotten her a camera for her 12th birthday because she wanted to be a photographer. So, unfortunately, my Sasha is gone. And while I do adore this new Sasha, and she's definitely similar to my old best friend, I'm still very confused as to where the Sasha that played guitar went. She was so talented. She was such a lovely person, and the fact that she is gone is depressing. Has anyone else ever experienced anything like this? I'm certain that it's not just a false memory. There's no way that I made all of this up in my head, as there are so many things I recall, but of course, I don't have any proof. Nor can I seem to find any photos or anything with Sasha holding a guitar. I hope that my original Sasha does still exist in her timeline, and that she's out there making beautiful music for the world. And hopefully the me in her timeline is a bit better at the drums. I've never really been one to say that I'm a believer in the supernatural or glitches in the Matrix, and I won't even say that now I am a believer because I think that a lot of them seem to be easily explained and people want them to be something they're not. But I will say that I had a bit of an uncanny experience recently. One that is similar to others that I've read or heard about before. That's had me feeling a bit at odds with my own opinions. The story isn't super crazy. It's probably one of the most mundane glitches to have happened, but it was still weird, and I thought that sharing it wouldn't hurt. It was a pretty mundane morning, really. I woke up later than I should have, only to find that my phone didn't charge overnight. I have a clock by my bed, but it's a remnant of when I didn't use my cell phone as an alarm, so it basically just displays the time nowadays. When I opened my eyes, thinking that I still had some time to sleep considering my phone hadn't gone off, I noticed that the time said 6:48, which meant that I needed to get up, get dressed, and get on the road about 30 minutes ago. I shot up, noticed my phone, threw a few curse words out into the ether, and went to the bathroom to try and get as much done as I could of my morning routine. I had to forego my shower, but I washed my face, brushed my teeth, did my business, all at the lightning fast pace. I apparently did them so fast that I went backwards in time, in fact. Because when I exited the bathroom and looked over at the clock expecting to see 7, it said 6:45, which was 3 minutes earlier than the time that I woke up. I was definitely confused at this, considering I know that I took about 10 minutes to do everything I needed, but yet the time was now 3 minutes before when I got out of bed. To add to the confusion, I had plugged in my phone when I got up at 6:48 to at least be able to turn it on and call my manager. But when I grabbed it after I came out of the bathroom and hit the button to turn it on, it said 100%. I don't mean that the phone turned itself on and it said 100%. It showed the little battery screen that it shows when you charge the phone when it's off, and it said 100%. When I plugged it in, it originally said 1%, yet now, -3 minutes later, it was at 100? I was perplexed, but I didn't really have time to think about it as I still needed to rush out the door to get to work. I texted the team lead and let them know that I was running behind. They told me that it was okay and to get there safely, and I took off the road so as to not be too late. Later that same day, there was another event that struck me as really weird. We had a team meeting with a partner that I knew was going to be hell from the start, because it was booked for 2 hours, which meant that it was going to be at least 3. Worse yet, it was booked for midday, so we were going to break for lunch in the middle of it, which was going to make it drag on even more. As expected, the entire first part of the meeting was my boss talking numbers to the partner, how we could increase them, who was going to do what, and so forth. Your pretty typical boring corporate meeting. He ended the first half of the meeting with a 10-slide segment on KPIs for the project. That's key performance indicators for those that don't deal with them, and are basically points that show progress during a project. I specifically remember that, at the end of the last slide, just before breaking for lunch, one of the partners stated he had a question about a specific KPI. My boss was having trouble finding which slide it was on to go back to it. He eventually found it, on slide 4 of 10 for the KPIs. He explained it, and we then broke for lunch. Then, as soon as we got back, that same client had made a comment about how he had a question about one of the KPIs. At first, I thought maybe he had a question about a different one, but then he mentioned which one it was. It was the same one. I got hit with a major wave of deja vu, like, wait, he already asked that. My boss then started in on the same sentence as earlier, and went to go find the slides. And much like earlier, he was struggling to find it. In the midst of my confusion, I spoke up and said, "It's on slide 4 of 10. He nodded, went back to slide 4, and sure enough, it was there. He thanked me, and then commented about how he was glad that someone was paying close enough attention to remember it, and then explained the same information as earlier. I kind of glanced around like, did anyone else notice that whole thing repeated? But no one seemed to even notice. I thought about saying something because it was weird, or thought maybe it was a test, but I kind of also figured I would be branded as crazy if I did. Plus, I didn't want to stretch the meeting out any more than they already had. The meeting pressed on and only ended 35 minutes later than it should have, so that was progress, at least. So those are my 2 weird events that happened, both on the same day, and both nothing shy of confusing to me. I know that they were both boring or basic or whatever, but they still confused the heck out of me when they happened. And I guess they've swayed me slightly more toward the side of weird things happen and we don't know how or why. But I'm still skeptical. Maybe if I have another glitch event, I'll lean a bit heavier into believing. But until then, I'll just say that sometimes our reality can be a little bit glitchy. And that's that. Hi, Raven. A little side note before I tell you my glitch. Before I found your channel, I had no clue about glitches or strange things. But now, looking back to my childhood, it makes me reconsider that I may literally be in a different reality than I started in. Thank you, Raven, for your content, and may your channel grow more and more. You help me sleep at night. Anyways, just wanted to let you know how much you are appreciated. Thank you, Bree, I do appreciate that very much. But onto the glitch. Okay, so, as a child, my mother and father were very strict parents. And not the normal strict. The almost cult-like strict. If that makes any sense. To give you a little more understanding, my parents were apostolic, meaning almost like Amish, but way over being a Mennonite. We could wear English clothing, but for women it had to be dresses, skirts, etc. No TVs were in my home. We were pretty cut off to the world except for school. I could not wear makeup nor have any piercings or cut my hair. I had to keep my hair up, and to be honest, I was made fun of a lot at school. But never mind that. We went to church every week, twice on Sundays and once on Mondays. But don't get me wrong, I had a great childhood in the sense of my mother being one of the best moms. Of course, she's my mother and she did everything to keep me and my two little brothers happy and healthy. We were privileged, to say the least. My mom was a stay-at-home mom due to our beliefs and our religion, and my father worked Monday through Friday. Now, I was a tomboy. I loved getting in the dirt and playing with my neighbors. I have some great memories of that to this day, and we all had a blast growing up. When my mother had my youngest brother, let's call him M and B for my middle brother, I was excited when my little brother M was born. I was 12 at the time, and it was just such an amazing thing to witness. This is where things started to change. It had been about 5 months after M was born. I remember walking up to a normal day of bacon in the air and my mom listening to her gospel music, and everything seemed normal to me. Well, as the day turned to the evening, my father came home, and we ate dinner. They told me goodnight and I went to lay down. I wasn't allowed to watch TV, obviously, listen to any radio music. Let's say the only thing I had was my piano, and I would go to my room and play it before bed. I don't know what happened, but things started to seem very strange. Like I knew something was off, but I couldn't figure it out. When I came out of my bedroom, things were very different. My mom and dad were sitting in the living room watching TV. We didn't have a TV. I said, "Mom, what are you doing?" And she said, "Oh, honey, go back to bed. It's late. We're just watching TV." But we never had a TV in our home. The movie that they were watching I can remember because who doesn't remember Titanic? But I didn't question them. I went back to bed. The next morning was a Sunday, and that of course meant that we had church. Well, Mom and Dad were asleep, and so was B as well as M. I was so confused. I went to the living room and there sitting on this huge cabinet was a TV. I turned it on, just curious. Remember, I didn't know what it was because my mom and dad said that it was evil growing up. Mom woke up and I asked, "Mom, aren't we going to go to church?" She looked at me a little weird and said, "Honey, we don't go to church." I was blown away at that remark because we went 3 times a week since I was old enough to remember. I didn't really question it because I was afraid I would get in trouble. They were the spare the rod and spoil the child parents, so I got punished a lot with a belt growing up. And things just got a lot stranger from there. It was like God wasn't even mentioned anymore. No prayers, etc. I had jeans, makeup, a TV, and Britney Spears tapes for my radio. It was completely the opposite of how I lived. I was in shock. My brother B had an Xbox, and he's just a year and a half younger than me. Everything just changed overnight, as I was in my room, and I'm still baffled by that. Things actually got worse. It's like I'd been through an alternate reality where my mom and dad did not have any religious ideologies. But what made it sad was that my mother left my dad for a guy that was half her age. He was one of the neighbors down the street. Mom filed for divorce and took us kids to live with her and her new boyfriend. We lost our house, my childhood home. My father became abusive and just not like he used to be. He went on to rent a home across town, and everything was so different. Sometimes I wish that it was just a dream, because my mom and dad that I knew and loved were gone. Let's just say the rest of my childhood was terrible. Luckily, I found a great guy and married him, and we had 3 children and are still together 15 years later. My dad moved on, eventually, and my mom is just not my mom anymore. It's hard to describe. My mother got on drugs soon after the divorce, and then so did my dad. They were the opposite of what they used to be, black and white. To better describe it, they both went full black, the yin and yang. I now have little to no contact with my parents because, well, they're crazy. And I don't want my kids to see them like that. I swear, I went into a different timeline where my mom and dad were the complete opposite of who they were when I was 12. Since that day, my life has been one sad tragedy over and over. I am so lucky, though, that I found my husband, and honestly, if things didn't change, I may have never met him, and I wouldn't have had this amazing family of my own. I have a story that happened to me about 8 months ago that I wanted to share, but I needed to get some information from my sister first to make sure that I remembered the whole thing correctly, since she was kind of there for the event too. Plus, since it involves her very young son, I wanted to make sure that she was okay with me sharing it. She was, so here we go. 8 months ago, I was going through a really rough patch with my boyfriend. We'd been having a lot of disagreements about random little things over a time frame of about 2 weeks. They were things that really shouldn't have bothered either of us. You know how when things in a relationship start to go south, they just keep going south until something as simple as a dirty glass on the counter can turn into a shouting match? Yeah, that's where we were. I had actually left and told him that I was going to spend a couple of days at my sister's house to try and get my head together, which is why I was there. As mentioned, my sister has a young son named Danny, who had just turned 6 at the time. Danny is a quiet and observant child, often watching others with intensity that's a bit unusual for his age, but he is adorable and I love him. I don't personally want kids, but I would take a bullet for Danny, and he would probably then ask me why I did it because that's who he is. He likes information. That said, I was making it a point to not mention what was going on between myself and my boyfriend around him, because Danny and my boyfriend were super close too, and I didn't want to upset him, just in case we didn't end up breaking up. During my first night there, I was in the kitchen doing the dishes after dinner, just trying to pull my weight and be helpful since my sister was letting me stay there, and I started thinking about my boyfriend and the last argument that we'd had. It was a dumb argument about money, because he wanted to buy something that I didn't think was important, but he wanted it because it was something he liked. It wasn't expensive, it was just unnecessary. I was sitting there and thinking about whether or not I overreacted. As I was sitting there lost in thought, Danny walked into the kitchen. He walked straight over to me and, without prompting, said, "He understands. You need to call him and tell him that you're sorry, and he'll apologize too." I was a bit taken aback, as I hadn't said anything about this disagreement to anyone, especially not around him. I was sitting there thinking that he was reading my mind, and as soon as I thought that, Danny kind of chuckled and said, "You're silly, Aunt Kay," and then took off back into the living room. Now, that was a bit terrifying because, at that point, it was like he was absolutely reading my mind. But I brushed it off, thinking that maybe his statement was more general and he had heard my sister say something about us having an argument. So, maybe he was just telling me to apologize and that it'll be okay. I went ahead and finished the dishes and then went downstairs towards where the guest room was, and I pulled out my phone to see if my boyfriend had texted me or anything, but he hadn't. I was a bit upset about it, but then figured that he was taking the time to himself too, trying to figure some things out. I put my phone in my pocket, and as soon as I turned to go back upstairs, I ran straight into Danny, who was standing on the steps and just watching me. I jumped slightly, and then laughed, saying that he had scared me. He didn't even respond to that. He just stared at me straight in the face and said, "He's not mad at you." I chuckled a bit, and said thanks for reassuring me, and sort of glanced down at the floor. At this point, I thought that I should maybe ask Danny for advice, considering he seemed to know everything already, and maybe I could use the innocence of a child's mind to get a better perspective. I actually asked him, "Well, since you seem to know so much about things, what do you think is going on with us?" I swear, when I asked this, Danny puffed up his chest and focused really hard on me like he was reading the cosmos for information. After a few moments, he pauses, smiles, and then says, "He's getting a better job, but he's scared that it's going to be hard." I kind of stared at him confused. I hadn't heard anything about a new job or anything like that, and none of us had mentioned it at all. I leaned against the wall and pulled out my phone, staring straight at Danny, and said, "Well, let's see if you're right, kiddo." I won't get into the whole conversation that we had, but I will say that Danny was right. I called my boyfriend and asked if we could talk, and he agreed. I then asked him what it was that was stressing him out so much, and at first he wouldn't tell me, but after a bit of prodding, he finally did. He told me that over the past couple of weeks, he had been up for review by his manager, and his manager was trying to get him into a new position. A position with the company that was a major promotion, that came with a major increase in salary, but also added a bit of travel to his duties. He mentioned that he was stressed about it because he wanted to tell me, but he thought that I would get upset about the traveling part, and it had been causing him a lot of mental stress. After this, I thanked Danny, but told him that I needed to finish the conversation in my bedroom. He turned and walked away, but finished off with, "Let him know that he got it, they just have to give him the paper." I nodded and he walked away. We talked about things for about an hour or two. We were both super apologetic, and realized that we were both causing unnecessary problems. Wrapping up a long story here, my boyfriend did get the job. His boss was just waiting for the letter from HR to give him the formal offer. My boyfriend was stressed about the new job prospect, and he was letting it get to him, and it was rubbing off on me, so we were fighting a lot. When we spoke, we both apologized, and it was a good thing that we spoke, because we were able to air out a lot of issues. In the end, Danny was 100% correct on all fronts, on things that he could not have known about. I talked to my sister about everything, and she assured me that she hadn't spoken to Danny about my boyfriend for the same reason that I hadn't. She didn't want to upset him. Plus, I don't think that she'd had my boyfriend's number, so there's no way that my sister could have gotten that information from him and passed it on to Danny to get me to call him like that. I firmly believe that this was all Danny. That Danny was somehow able to see something in the situation that we weren't seeing. He was able to know what I was thinking, and he knew the solution. I have no idea if Danny was psychic, or if he had some sort of connection to the Matrix, but I'm chalking this up to a glitch of some sort, to Danny having access to information that we don't. I guess it's possible that there was some kind of coordination that I wasn't aware of, but I honestly do not think so. Danny hasn't done anything else crazy like this since, so it may have just been some kind of temporary ability or insight. Thankfully, nothing else out of the ordinary has happened, but I honestly cannot help but wonder if there's more to Danny than meets the eye. This is a long one, so brace yourself. Last year, I, 23, female, moved into my grandmother's house to look after her. She lives on a big property with a field, an orchard, a large garden, and a dingle at the bottom of the driveway. I know this place like the back of my hand. I've visited her since I was a child. We also have a neighbor whom I've met a few times. He has a wife who baked us a bunch of really beautiful cupcakes that her husband brought over. However, at the start of the story, I had never met her. So, a couple of days ago, I wanted to repay the favor. So I made a batch of 20 brownies with my sister and started my walk to their house. As I'm walking down the driveway, I snuck one out to eat myself because, well, I figured I'd earned it. So I'm walking and eating. The geography of it is a bit weird to describe, but essentially, their house is on an embankment above my grandma's driveway, which leads to the main road. To go there without trespassing on their land, I would have to walk the main road and then head up the hill to a side road and enter their driveway that way. On this day, I got to the dingle at the bottom of the driveway and felt lazy. What's the point of going all the way around when I can just enter through their gate at the bottom here? I'd been to their house many times as a child when my grandma's friends still lived there, so I actually knew their house quite well. Those friends passed away a couple of years ago, so this couple moved in about the same time that I moved in with my grandma. Their gate leads to a little path that goes through their back garden. It's a really steep back garden that mostly consists of wide wooden steps all the way across, with plants and garden gnomes on each one. It's pretty picturesque, honestly. As I was walking up their garden, feeling self-conscious about trespassing, but actually not giving enough of a damn not to, I tripped on one of those steps. I have dyspraxia, which, for those who don't know, like myself, is a brain-based motor disorder that affects fine and gross motor skills, motor planning, and coordination. I face-planted because I was holding the brownies and I didn't want to drop them. I ended up tumbling over a couple of the steps, too. As I'm lying there, shocked and in a little pain, I hear my neighbor's wife come running down the garden. She's asking if I was okay, obviously surprised to see me there. Bear in mind that she had never seen my face before, so she must have been extra baffled. I told her that I was just there to drop off some brownies that I'd baked, but as I'm saying this, I noticed the tub of brownies is just missing. I was literally holding them 30 seconds before. Cue extreme embarrassment. I assumed that they had fallen down the garden somehow in my fall, but this isn't a small tub. It's relatively big, and there's no sign of it anywhere. After 10 minutes of looking, I admit defeat and tell her sorry, that I'll go make some more and bring them some other time. Red-faced, I retreated back to my grandma's house. Then, yesterday, I decided to go and sit in my grandma's orchard with my cat. He's a pretty weird cat. Used to be a stray, and you get better bonding time with him by chilling in a tree with him than you do by giving him dreamies and pets or whatever. So my cat and I are chilling in a tree in my grandma's orchard when my cat suddenly jumps down and jogs all giddy-like to the shed at the back of the orchard. It's a really decrepit shed that hasn't been opened since, 2006. It could have contained gold bars and I wouldn't have a clue. I thought that he just saw a mouse or something, but I was curious, so I followed him. There's a ditch filled with nettles and brambles right outside the shed, and I noticed that my cat is trying to find a pain-free way to get in the bushes there. I'm like, what the hell? You're fighting a losing battle there, my guy. He looks up at me and meows, which is weird in itself, because this animal never meows. Like, he really doesn't know how, being a stray and all. I'm taken aback. Like, what do you want me to do, little man? And that's when I see it. The corner of a box that looks very similar to something I lost, peeking out from behind a bunch of a fully war-torn nettle. But I have genes on and the pain tolerance of all my ancestors, so I waded in and edged it out. Lo and behold, it's my tub of brownies. I can't really describe the degree of absolute confusion I felt at this moment. You ever get that vibe that there's a bunch of calculations going on just outside your field of view that you will never comprehend? My cat was freaked out about it. He didn't like the tub at all. That's not completely out of character for him because he can be skittish sometimes, with no explicable reason. But I let him sniff the box, and then he bopped away with his back all puffed out. Extremely bewildered, I took the box inside and opened it. I counted the brownies, and there's 19, which accounts for the one that I had eaten on my way down. They're still completely fresh and taste delicious. I actually ate another one, so I figured I would take it over. I go to my neighbor's this time, the long way around, and I knock on the door, and it's the wife. I apologize profusely for the last time and hand her the tub. She was looking at me a little perplexed, and then she said, "I don't think we've met before, have we?" I'm pretty sure that this is the moment in most video games where the protagonist loses her absolute marbles and becomes an anti-hero with wild mental health issues. I described to her what happened the last time, and she has no memory of it at all. But I recognized her. It definitely happened. So I dip again, embarrassed once more, and this is the point that I'm at now. So, explanations, people? Hi, Raven. The events that I'm about to share happened this week, and the first thing I thought of when they happened was that I had to submit this to you. I'm leaving this in the story as I narrate this because I want to personally say thank you. So, thank you, Freydea810. Anyways, my fiancé and I live together with his little brother. We have the master bedroom and own side of the house, and his brother has his own area across the house. My fiancé and his brother work and run a business together. There are 2 sets of keys for the house. My fiancé and I share a set of keys, and his brother has his own. So when they leave for work in the morning, my fiancé leaves our set of keys with me for when I leave, and they both share his brother's keys to get back in at the end of the day. My fiancé and I can read each other's body language super well. Oftentimes, for certain things, we will just use brief, easy gestures and know what's going on. Well, when my fiancé leaves for work each morning, he simply nods at me and then places our set of keys either on his bedside table or inside the top drawer of our dresser, so that I see where he's putting them. The other morning, he did his usual nod as he was telling me he loved me, placed the keys on his bedside table, gave me a kiss, and left. I laid down, watched some TV, and roughly 20 minutes after he left, I decided to order some coffee on DoorDash. After I purchased and completed my order, I looked over at his bedside table to grab them so that I would have them when my coffee arrived. But they weren't there. Each of our individual bedside tables are always clean and never have much on them other than a water bottle, occasionally a pair of earbuds and our glasses. So the keys would be pretty impossible to miss. I checked his bedside drawers in case they fell, and still no keys. I then checked the entire bed, thinking that perhaps I falsely remembered him putting them on the bedside table, and he had left them on the bed. I shook out the sheets, checked under the pillows, checked under where I was sitting, and no keys in sight. I then thought that maybe he had actually left the keys inside the dresser today and that my memory was foggy because I hadn't had my coffee yet. And, feeling lazy, decided I would just grab them from the dresser when my coffee arrived. Because they had to be in there. We don't leave the keys anywhere else other than the two places I stated. Another 30 minutes or so go by and I get the notification that my coffee is finally ready. Right before I get up to go to the dresser, I instantly and very suddenly feel something sharp under my left butt cheek. I thought, it can't be. I reach down and right there in my hand are the keys. What freaks me out the most is not the fact that I literally checked the whole bed and that they weren't there, but the fact that I literally felt them materialize out of thin air underneath me. It felt as if there was a force quickly pushing them into existence and into my skin. I was also wearing shorts. I would have felt them digging into my skin. Well, I took the keys, and I went to get my coffee and went about with my day. I made a mental note to tell my fiancé about this, but had forgotten up until almost the same event happened to him last night, and this time we were in bed together. I had gotten my fiancé a pair of great earbuds a few months ago, and he usually keeps them either on his bedside table or in the top drawer of it. Well, yesterday, he was doing work on his laptop and using the earbuds. He had the earbuds case on the bed. At one point during his work time, I distracted him a little bit from work and he quickly put his earbuds back in the case, tossed them aside on the bed, and we had our time. After getting dressed, we realized that his earbuds were missing and had obviously gotten lost in our bed. We tore apart the bed for about 15 minutes, and they weren't there. Literally all of the bedding was on the floor by this point, and we had shaken out everything. No earbuds case. We checked the floor, the bedside tables, and the dresser to see if he had accidentally misplaced them. No earbuds. He stated, "Well, I guess a ghost took them." We both went on to cook dinner and enjoy the night. Skip forward a few hours, we're laying in bed cuddling, when he suddenly feels something. He reaches down under his butt, and he pulls out from under him the missing earbuds. He looked so confused, and said that he felt like they had just kind of materialized underneath him. He said that he felt a weird sudden pressure and then instantly felt them under his butt. We'd been rolling around as well, and we would have felt and seen something underneath us. I froze, and then I remembered to tell him what had happened to me the other day with the keys. He listened with a surprised expression. Whilst telling him, I also remembered that during our time, I looked towards the window and in the reflection saw a black shadow quickly dart across and completely block the light in the hallway area of our room that leads to our bathroom. It was brief, and I brushed it off as him, but as I keep playing it in my head over and over, the same memory goes. The shadow darted across before he began climbing on top of me, so it wasn't him. This happened shortly after he had tossed the earbuds onto the bed, coincidentally, shortly before they went missing. We also see repeating angel numbers on an excessive amount of times every single day. I'm very susceptible to the paranormal, and I know that our house isn't haunted. I don't feel it, and I don't feel any external presences. I never have. About an hour before the earbuds materialized underneath him, my fiancé also claimed to have seen a warm, friendly face in the kitchen from the corner of his eyes, but he brushed it off as nothing. It was concluded that these incidences happened in the exact same spot. Both of these items had gone missing without a trace, and then had materialized back under us in the exact same spot on the bed, without explanation. Could there be a portal or glitch in that particular spot? Is it possible we have angels or spirits helping us out? Could it be us moving or walking around in a parallel universe or reality that somehow briefly brushed against this one? We might not ever know. And while I know my fiancé has likely already forgotten about it by now, it's very heavy on my mind, and I know that it will continue to be. Whatever it is, I'm not scared of it. Despite the shadow being dark, to me it almost feels not like a spirit, but rather a friendly, warm, mysterious force trying to help. It feels like a warm force that's smiling upon us, reaching out a hand, giving a little nudge of help when we need it. It feels like it briefly took these items from us to, perhaps, prevent something else bad from happening, like a butterfly effect thing, and then gave them back at the right time. This is a bit of a long story, but bear with me. So, the day of October 4th, 2022 was a very strange one from the moment it began. Myself and my husband and my daughter woke up around 5 p.m. This is not normal at all for us. Our day usually starts between 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Also, there were no drugs or any kind of mood-altering substances, nor are we crazy. Upon waking up, I noticed that both my mom and dad, who are not together, nor do they talk to one another about this, and it's never happened before or after this day, texted me asking me if I was okay, because they had both seen that there was a wreck, and they both had a gut feeling that something bad had happened to me. Coincidentally, we had to go right through where the wreck had been hours prior. When we got close to the area where the wreck happened, traffic came to a complete stop in all 4 lanes of traffic. We sat there, and my husband out of nowhere began crying. And out of nowhere I look at my husband and I tell him, "Someone died here." I told him that all day that day, the woman had this overwhelming urge to get home to the people she loved, and I saw the last thought that she had when she realized she was never going to make it home again. I went on to tell him the direction the woman was driving, the hairstyle she had. It was just something I knew that I knew. We both remember watching as the tow truck came up the hill, carrying the mangled car. The feeling of helplessness and overwhelming sadness was in the air. You could feel the death in the air. You could even smell it. It wasn't long at all after we watched the car get pulled away, and that traffic began to move, and somehow we were the 3rd car to go through the spots of the wreck. The water was still falling down to the ground from the fire truck spraying off the roads, but it was as though the woman had grabbed onto me or something. I couldn't really explain it. I hadn't ever experienced anything like this before. I don't remember much after that about the car ride, but fast forward to that night, my husband and I lay down watching a little TV and then drifting off to sleep. He was the big spoon, and we'd been laying like this for at least an hour under a thick comforter. Then, out of nowhere, I wake up to my husband shaking me, telling me that I was screaming, "I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying." And While he was shaking me, he couldn't help but notice how unbelievably cold I was. This continued for the entire night. Every time I would drift off to sleep, I would begin screaming, "I'm dying! I'm dying!" It was so bad that I was afraid to fall asleep. My husband and I have been together 8 years, and this is the only time this has ever happened. I couldn't help but begin to obsess over this car accident over the next few weeks. Not just the accident, but the place that it happened as well. I began doing research, and just over the last 3 years, 23 people have died on this road. My husband also pointed out that about a month before the wreck, we had gotten pulled over in almost the exact spot of the wreck. A week or two after the wreck happened, I finally decided to Google it to see if what I had said the day of the wreck was correct. And to my shock, the news article was pretty much word for word exactly what I said the day of the wreck, before any articles had been written. The town where the wreck happened is in the Guinness Book of World Records. My husband and I actually ended up getting a job where we worked third shift, and we had to go past the wreck site almost daily. And what we began to notice was the strangest thing. One night, at around 2 a.m., on our way into work, my husband said, "Look, baby, there's a guy up there in the waterfall with the flashlight." Mind you, it was also storming, and this is on the last natural limestone ever created on this planet. A few weeks go by, and our lives haven't stopped getting weirder since the day of that wreck. When we were on our way into work again around 2 a.m., it was storming, and I look over to the shoulder. There's a guy going uphill in a wheelchair in a snowstorm. And there's a few miles before the nearest house. We also noticed there's a power plant in the woods that's different from the LG&E plant down the road. On another evening, we saw a woman walking uphill with a dog, again in a snowstorm. It seems to always play a factor that when we see these strange things, it's always some sort of nasty weather. Also, it's worth mentioning that immediately in the weeks after this, I became obsessed with making sure that our car had survival stuff in it. I had a blanket for all 3 of us, stop bleed, road flares, jumper cables, hand and feet warmers, water bottles, some food, toilet paper, phone chargers, charger banks, and even an extra cell phone. I was obsessed at this point with the wreck, with where the wreck happened, and wanting the truth, finally. I did some deep research on anything and everything I could find. Eventually, I found some extremely interesting declassified CIA documents about Hemisync and the Gateway experience. We began to Hemisync, and that's when answers almost immediately began coming to us. Almost as soon as we hemisynced, we had the strangest thing happen. We went to my husband's mom's house, and then the grocery store. My phone had been in my purse since we'd left our house, and I didn't retrieve it from my purse until we returned home. When we got home that night, we had groceries to carry in, and on this night, it was bone-chilling cold out. As we began to bring the groceries inside, my husband pointed into the trees in our backyard, and there was a dancing light. It's the only way I can think to describe it. I was taken aback by this dancing light that came out of nowhere. We live in a very rural area, where there was no way that this was someone playing a joke or something. I stayed outside for about 2 hours, and we actually ended up noticing that there were 2 of these dancing lights outside of our house. We could actually hear them speaking to us, but only telepathic. Then my husband had to finally drag me inside. It got weirder, because when I walked inside, on my TV, it was telling us that we had just seen an extraterrestrial. It was explaining exactly what we had just seen. I even took a video with my husband's phone, but strangely, after I took the video and we watched it back, my husband's phone locked up and would not unlock. His phone stayed like that for the next several hours until I heard a voice tell me to try it again. Also, this voice told me that I had to delete the video because it wasn't for us to show anyone. I picked up his phone, and his phone unlocked instantly without me putting his password into it. I deleted the video and went on with my night. We began to hear that everything was happening simultaneously, all at once right then. The day after we saw the light dancing, I was on my phone when I noticed a picture from the previous day of what I'm going to call a Tinkerbell, or possibly the two entities together. Really? My husband and I knew that we were talking to ourselves in the reverse universe. We got a spirit box recorder to make it easier to communicate with them. We recorded the conversation and found it very odd, but we couldn't understand a lot of what was being said, because it sounded as though it was being said in reverse. I actually have the photo from the previous day during a time when my phone never came out of my purse, and of the conversation that we had. My husband and I began to collect crystals. We started looking into sacred geometry. We started diving into our chakras. Since the very beginning of our relationship, my husband has always told me the secrets to the universe, and honestly, I wanted to tell him he was crazy. But somehow I knew what he was telling me for years had to be true. Sometime in December, my husband had to renew his license, so we went to the driver's license office and renewed his license. A few weeks later, my husband goes to check the mailbox and finds that not only does he have his license, but he received a second ID from a day earlier. And what's even stranger is that the photo on the second license is different from the ID he had to renew, and from the ID that he had ordered. Where did this driver's license come from? And where did that picture come from? One day, I randomly started my free trial on Gaia and found galactic messages, the star seeds that are in the Earth's orbit trying to help wake us up. Things from this point just get stranger and stranger. We began watching more and more of these videos. I began downloading all the knowledge that I already knew. Then, one day, my husband came to me and I could feel his energy and the sadness emanating from him. He looked me in my eyes and told me that he'd figured it out. He finally figured out what happened to us on the hill that day of the wreck. Just as serious as he could, he looked at me and told me, "We died in that car accident that day, but we didn't realize it because we just skipped off into a new universe." I looked at him confused, and I kind of chuckled because, after all, I was right there talking to him, so I couldn't be dead. Could I? I couldn't shake the feeling I got from him telling me that news. So, a few days later, I decided to Google my name to see if I could find anything to help me put the pieces together. But my husband was sure that I shouldn't do this. I, of course, didn't listen, and I went on with Googling my name, but nothing could have prepared me for what I found. The very first article that I found said that Elena Paget died on October 4th, which just so happens to be the date of the wreck. But even more strange was the Elena Paget that died on October 4th was from Texas. I also used to live in Texas. She had 2 children, which I have 2 children, and her kids' names are Callie and Louie, which just so happens to be my aunt's husband's name and her cat's name. And we're from Kentucky, but my aunt and her husband were the only family we had that lived in Texas. I went as white as a ghost. He could literally see the air leave my body as I began to process what I had just seen. My husband tells me that he won't ever be able to forget the feeling I made him feel the moment I finally realized that I had died, but was still alive. My husband hadn't Googled my name either. Shortly after this revelation, my husband had this overwhelming feeling that he needed to paint a picture one evening. So he spent the next hour or so painting this picture, and the moment he walked into the room with me, the exact picture he had to paint was on the TV screen. And since that day, that exact picture has been in so many videos that we have watched. While watching some of the videos from the Tajetans, they were telling us about portals, but more importantly about a portal in a town where all of the parking is done on one side, where car wrecks are extremely common. And as I mentioned, the town where the wreck happened was in the Guinness Book of World Records, for being the only city to be only on one side of the road. Then, I noticed that the picture for the video about quantum computers looks exactly like the view of the gold vault from above. Scientists are cracking the answers to our universe. They have figured out the two-slit experiment. We're nothing more than a light reflecting off of a holographic plate. Some of us are here on a special mission in an Emerson pod, and this really is all just a game we all choose to play and learn on a soul level. So, what do you guys think? Was this a glitch? Or was this quantum immortality? We are all frequencies, and everything in this world is a vibration. We really do control our reality. Hey everyone, I've never really wanted to share this story with the internet. Mostly because I know that it sounds incredibly bizarre, and I know that a lot of people won't believe it. But with the seemingly increasing prevalence of glitch in the Matrix stories, and stories of alternate timelines, I thought maybe I could put it here and people would accept it. I'm 17 now, but the experiences that I'm talking about here all started back whenever I was around 10. And they've caused me a lot of distress throughout a large portion of my life. And it's really made me think about the thin wall that blocks one existence from another. So, here's my story. Ever since I was a very little girl, I've always had these super vivid dreams. Sometimes disturbingly vivid. They're like a kaleidoscope of emotions and senses. Experiences that feel incredibly tangible, incredibly real. I've dreamt of various things like alternate lives, different places, interacting with people I've never met, and, remarkably, some of these dreams have had effects on real things in life. Very real effects that don't make much sense to me. For instance, when I was around 10, I dreamt of playing a melody at a concert on a grand piano, my fingers hitting every key effortlessly. In this dream, I played this song like I'd been playing it for ages. I think it was a song that I'd actually written. When I woke up, I felt compelled to go to my brother's room and play his Casio keyboard that he had. He wasn't home at the time, he was with his dad, so I went into his room, turned on the keyboard, and I started playing. I played this song from the first note to the last. I played this absolutely gorgeous melody on the piano without even thinking about it. I've had zero training or practice. I can play Mary Had a Little Lamb, and that's about it. And yet, I played this absolutely beautiful melody. Worse yet, after I played it the first time, I sat there thinking with this huge grin that I was some sort of musical savant. And then I tried to play it a second time, and I couldn't. I couldn't figure out which keys to hit. I couldn't move my fingers fast enough, and I couldn't remember the tempo or the tune. One morning, I woke up with an eerie sense of déjà vu. The room, the people, the things I did at school that day, all of it felt incredibly familiar. After a while, it hit me. I was living through one of these dreams. I was literally going through the motions that I'd had in one of these vivid dreams that I frequently experience. But what's weird to me is that, after that, things kind of started feeling like they were bleeding from these dreams into my real life. I once had a dream where I made a painting in my high school art class that won second prize in an art competition for the school. I'm certain that this was just a dream and not real life, but yet I have a painting affixed with a silver-colored ribbon. I suck at painting. I cannot for the life of me paint like that painting, but it exists now. I had a dream that my mother and I once built a flower bed in the backyard with a birdhouse that my father constructed. It was an intricate birdhouse that took him a long time to make. And now, when I look out back, I can see the flower bed. The problem is that my mother and I never did that. My dad doesn't live with us, and hasn't since I was a child, and he certainly is not good with carpentry. I had another dream where my dad and I visited my aunt's grave, my aunt that I loved dearly, one that I remember spending Christmas with every year. When I had this dream, she was alive, and now she's gone. I don't mean that she's died since that dream. I mean that, from what I've been told, she died 3 years before I was born, in a car accident. I remember spending time with this woman, who died before I was even born. I have several more, but I think that you all get the picture, and I don't want to go on and on. This has all led me to really feel like reality is malleable, something that we can change into various shapes. I'm not saying that I'm the one shaping my reality, because I'm not. I'm just seeing things that aren't real, and then they seem to become real. I'm not manifesting them, but they are manifesting. Again, I know that this all sounds really crazy, and I don't want to believe that I'm going absolutely bonkers at the age of 17. I feel like I'm stuck in this weird spiral of uncertainty, where I'm not sure if I'm just misremembering things, or imagining things that weren't real, and thinking they are. Or, maybe, those weird days where things happened are the dreams, and this is real life. See what I mean? It's a weird cyclical struggle for me where I don't know what's what. The only thing is that I'll say that it has been a long time since I've had any of these dreams where things seem to change in my life. So maybe it's over. Maybe it was a passing thing for me and it only took half of my life to get through it. Or maybe the next one will be even crazier. I don't have any clear answers, and maybe I never will, but through it all, I've come to have a lot of questions about our reality and my own existence. As with many others, I've always been a lurker when it comes to Glitch in the Matrix stories. I've enjoyed reading and hearing them, thinking they were just these weird little occurrences that people go through. I look at it as a strange little rabbit hole that you can get lost in, but I never thought that I would have a glitch to share. Yet, here I am. This left me honestly dumbfounded and confused, but maybe someone can offer up an explanation for what it is that happened. This actually happened a couple of weeks ago. It was a Friday night, and I was about to have a fun weekend with one of my girlfriends. We were both off the following week, so, admittedly, we were going to overdo it. We were staying home, though, so it wasn't like we were going to be a problem, just really messed up and sitting in my living room. My girlfriend, Sammy, came over, and she asked me if I'd gotten her peach schnapps. I'd completely forgotten to get them, and she'd forgotten to remind me, so before we started, we made a trip to the liquor store. We got there, got the bottle, the last one on the shelf, mind you, went to the counter and had small talk with the cashier. I paid for it. We walked out and got right back on the road. It's not a long trip, only about 10 minutes, and about halfway back, Sammy opened the bag to look at the schnapps. and it wasn't Peach? I glanced over and she made a comment about how we grabbed the wrong thing. The thing is, that's not possible. We grabbed the last peach schnapps on the shelf, which is a slightly peach-tinged clear color. The bottle she was holding was sour apple flavored, which was a very bright green. Not to mention, I don't even like apples, and I wouldn't have accidentally grabbed it. I asked Sammy if she wanted to head back to the store and get the peach schnapps, and she said that it was fine, and that maybe she would like what we grabbed. I told her that we could go back if she wanted, but she again said no, that it was fine. I said okay, and we continued heading home. That, however, is only half of the glitch. The bottle changing to something else. It actually got even more strange. When we got back to my house, I walked into the kitchen and there was a bottle of her peach schnapps sitting on the counter. She made a comment about how I told her I didn't have any, and I said that I didn't, and that I had no idea where that bottle had come from. I don't keep a ton of liquor in my house because I'm not a super heavy drinker, unless it's an event like this. So I only had 1 or 2 bottles in my house. So it wasn't like this could have just been missed or looked over. It was sitting on the counter right up front. Weirder still, this bottle was sealed. The plastic ring around the cap hadn't been broken yet, so it was brand new. Sammy laughed it off and told me I was losing it, but I'm seriously confused. I didn't have any of this in my house prior, yet there it was. I know that we grabbed what we meant to grab at the store, yet it seemingly changed halfway home. How was any of this possible beyond me, as she said, losing my mind? I'm pretty sure my brain is still stable, so I'm just accepting that this was a really weird thing that occurred. I can't make heads or tails of it. It was creepy, it was weird, and it left me in a weird bit of, what? Hi, Raven. And hello to you, follow me, I will show you the way. The story takes place circa late 2001 to early 2002. For some background, my then husband and I had just purchased our first home. Any details to the house are not really relevant to the story, other than that the whole place had a vibe that kind of made me feel some type of way. But nothing ever really happened in that house other than the story that I'm about to tell you. Back then, my now ex-husband was in the military, and 9/11 was still a gaping wound in our country's heart. Therefore, there was a high chance that my husband would be called to active duty overseas. So, because of that, we kept an answering machine hooked up to our landline phone when we were going to be out of the house for any amount of time. Because if the call came in that he was being deployed, he had basically 24 hours to report for duty, and we didn't want to take the chance of missing that very important call. Which, he did end up getting that call in the early parts of January 2002. The only reason I mention that is because the incident that I'm writing about happened twice. Once before my husband was deployed, he witnessed it, and once after. So, the answering machine that I mentioned earlier is what my story is centered around. I know, answering machines seem kind of ancient now, and cell phones were barely a thing back then. Anyways, hubby and I were sitting in the living room watching TV when the answering machine starts talking. No, not replaying the recorded out message of my voice, instructing callers to leave a message after the beep, and not a caller leaving a message because the phone never even rang. It was, however, a man's voice. Having been over 20 years ago, I can't remember anything that was actually said, just that we could make out some or most of what the voice was saying, and that it reminded us both of an old-fashioned fighter pilot due to the nature and inflection in which the voice spoke. Also, it repeated whatever it was saying twice, tone and words, identical both times. Hubby checked the machine to see if he could figure out what could have caused it, even playing the tape back. But there were no messages that sounded like what we had just heard. The second time that it happened was after my husband had been deployed, and it was early to mid-spring 2002. I'd been doing some spring cleaning and remodeling. A couple of friends had come over to help me paint. At some point later in the evening, we sat down in the living room to take a break. We were all just sitting there chatting when the answering machine repeats what it had done some months earlier. Same words and everything as before. It even repeated the whole thing twice again. Each time, including the repeats, lasted about 30 seconds. Me and my friends just sort of look at each other like, okay. And I tell them about the first time that it happened. One of them suggests that it's just interference from someone's baby monitor or some other radio frequency interference, and goes to check out the answering machine. He picks it up, and then turns to me with this look that says, "How is this possible?" I ask him what's wrong, and he just lets go of the power cord as it unravels, and the end of it hits the floor. As I said earlier, we had been painting that day, so I had moved the desk that we kept the answering machine on away from the wall. I also unplugged the answering machine and had rolled up the cord so as to not get paint on it. So, was this a ghost using the speaker of my answering machine to communicate? But then, why the repeats? Maybe it was some sort of time loop? Like a glitch? Who was the man talking? Why my answering machine? And how did it work when it was not even plugged in? Honestly, I don't know, but it was pretty weird. I'm new to Reddit, so I'm not sure exactly where to post this, and apologies if it doesn't belong and for the length. This was the weirdest experience that I've had to date, and I still get choked up and emotional when I think about it. It was 2010, and I was 25 years old, living at home with my very supportive parents, who were helping me through college, after previously dropping out of high school and having two amazing children. It was an early autumn afternoon, around 4 to 5 p.m., I was in my room doing some homework on my laptop at my desk. The desk faced the wall directly across from my bed, and my older style TV box was on top of my dresser to the left of my desk, about 2 feet away. I was, as usual, procrastinating doing my homework, so I was just mindlessly watching some dumb TV show. As I reached out my hand to press the button, as if a switch flipped, my entire environment changed. Now, this affects me still to this day. I still feel it in my soul that something strange happened. I didn't hallucinate. It was real. I was back in my childhood home, some 20 miles away, and seemingly 18 years in the past. I was standing in front of the only hallway closet in the one-bedroom house that I grew up in. The house was over 100 years old, and the closet was one of those with the door that slides open on tracks. You know, the ones that the doors never go back on the tracks right, so you have to be careful with how you open it. Anyway, the door to the closet was open, and my already outstretched left arm was reaching towards a very distinct item. When I was little, my mother had this perfume bottle that, for some reason, I was absolutely in love with. The perfume itself was cheap and didn't smell particularly good to me. The bottle was glass and shaped like a bird, maybe a dove. Its wings were up and outstretched. It was beautiful, but it had a broken wing. I had probably broke it, being the curious and clumsy child that I was, and still am. So there I was, One moment in my somewhat modern bedroom in 2010, the next in the old one-bedroom hallway across the county, back in time 18 years. I was there. I saw the bird bottle. I was within inches of grabbing it, and my heart melted for that dumb little bottle of stinky perfume shaped like a one-winged dove. Before my hand could actually make physical contact with that precious bird, that switch flipped again. I was back in front of my TV, outstretched left hand and all. My mind could not comprehend what had just happened, and I felt immediately sick and dizzy. I was in such a state of shock and confusion that I just walked out of my room, down the hall and into the living room and out into the front yard. I could do nothing but lurch over, hands on my knees, trying to desperately catch my breath, but mostly my sanity. This experience was so jarring, so real. I was physically in front of that open closet, reaching for that damn bird bottle, and then I wasn't. I wasn't particularly stressed about classes. It was community college. I'm not prone to hallucinations and was stone cold sober when this experience happened. I've only told a few people because, honestly, the subject of momentarily teleporting through time and space doesn't come up in conversation often, and I only know of a few people that I can tell. Has anyone had anything like this happen? I still have no explanation, and it might have just been a weird break in psyche, but it was not a dream, and I was not under the influence of anything, nor under any unusual stress. Hey Raven, I've been a fan of your channel for a while now, and listening to your glitch stories has made me realize that I actually have experienced two very specific scenarios that I now believe to be glitches. The first one is recent, however, the second one is from some years ago. Also, I do apologize for any weird sentence structuring or grammatic errors that I may make, as English is not my first language. I hope you understand. Story 1. So, some pretense is somewhat required for this first one. I really needed a reusable water bottle that didn't leak, as the last two that I had before that were broken and ended up spilling water everywhere. I eventually managed to find one that was really nice, and it did the job that it was supposed to do. I liked it a lot. So this happened Halloween of last year. It was a school day, so I had to get ready in the morning. I packed my things, including my water bottle, and went on about my day. Nothing really interesting happened at school, and none of it is important to the story. However, do keep in mind that I had my water bottle with me the entire time. When I came home from school, I said hello to my mom and just had casual conversation with her about what we did at school and whatnot. During this, I distinctly remember taking a sip of water from my water bottle, which I was holding in my hand at that point. However, I didn't know that this was the last time that I would ever see it. After the chit-chat with my mom, I went into my room and put on my pajamas and took a nap. I was setting up an alarm on my phone to wake me up when I noticed that my bottle wasn't on the desk next to me. Oh well, I thought. I probably left it in the living room and the table or something like that. So I went to go pick it up, but it wasn't there. I then checked every shelf where the bottle might have logically been left by me. It wasn't anywhere. I even asked my mom if she remembers seeing where I put it, and she told me that the last time she remembers seeing it was when I took a sip from it during our conversation earlier. At this point, I was way too tired to keep looking, so I went to bed. When I woke up, the search for my bottle continued. We looked everywhere, and I really do mean everywhere. I live in a fairly small apartment, so there aren't many spots where the bottle could have ended up. We checked every possible place, the kitchen, the living room, my room, hell, even the bathroom, but It was nowhere to be found. Every possible corner and crevice of the apartment had been checked at this point, and we just gave up. I never did find that bottle, and I don't think that I ever will. I ended up buying a new one, and while it's worse than the one that the Matrix seemingly swallowed up, it does its job fine. And story 2. Okay, this one is quick and short as I don't perfectly remember it. However, it's been in my head for a while now. And this took place when I was around 7 or 8 years old. I was with my mom in a supermarket that we usually go to for buying general groceries. While we were passing the aisles, I turned my head and saw a man just standing there, bent over one of the bins with fruit in them, not moving, frozen. And there was no mistake here. It wasn't like he was just normally standing and pondering at the fruits. No, he was very distinctly frozen mid-motion, as if he wanted to pick up one of the fruits and just lagged out or something. I remember seeing this and getting this weird feeling, as if I saw something I wasn't supposed to. Even though I saw it in quick passing, it got etched into my brain. It was strange, and I have genuinely no idea what to make of it. If someone has an explanation for any of these 2 stories, I would love to hear them. These scenarios have been living rent-free in my head for the past couple of days, and I'm honestly terrified of experiencing another glitch in the Matrix. I wanted to share a really strange thing that happened in my home that left my son and I in a state of confusion. He's a slight bit young to understand things like glitches in the Matrix, but even he knew that it was weird, because he very enthusiastically said so when all was said and done. Me, on the other hand, I know that something really strange happened in our timeline, or reality, or whatever, and I have zero explanation for it. My partner works the graveyard shift, and she leaves for her job around 9 p.m. when we put our son to bed during the week. But on this night, he was off school the next day, so we let him stay up later. We saw my partner off, and my son and I went to play some Mario Kart. After him kicking my butt in Star Cup for half an hour, we heard the distinct sound of keys jingling and unlocking our front door, followed by the unique shuffle of my partner's walk. Intrigued, we paused the game, and I got up to step out into the hallway, ensuring that it was indeed her returning early from work. I was a bit surprised to see her, but also glad that it was just her coming back early and not someone breaking in or something. She acknowledged me, mentioned that she'd forgotten her lunch, and then on the way through to the kitchen, she passed by our son. She waved, saying, "Hey bud, keep kicking her butt for me, okay?" Opened the fridge, grabbed her lunchbox, and then walked back out without saying much more. After a few more games of Mario Kart and losing to him non-stop, I decided that it was probably time to call it a night. Pretty well reassured that I'll never beat my 10-year-old at Rainbow Road. All was fine until the next morning made things really confusing. My partner had gotten home that morning around the same time that I had woken up. I had made breakfast for us, and then made a comment about Mario Kart, and said that our son had indeed kicked my butt like she requested. When I said that, she had a puzzled look on her face and asked, "Did I say something about that before I left for work?" I laughed and said, "No, you made the comment when you came back to get your lunch." This made things even more confusing. She said that she never came home after she left, that she didn't even take her lunch because her boss was going to have pizza delivered for them that day. Eager to prove her wrong, I called our son, who had just gotten out of bed, and asked him about the night prior. He mentioned that he remembers her coming home to get her lunch as well. She was adamant that she never came home for lunch, that her lunchbox with the sandwich that she had made and originally planned to bring was still in the fridge. Sure enough, she was right. As our last stand to prove that we weren't going crazy, I checked our camera's footage during the time when she would have come home and left. But it actually did the opposite. We watched the footage on my phone, and there was no point at all up until that morning that showed her walking up to the door or coming home. Her car left at the normal time and didn't come back until the morning. My son and I were dumbstruck, unable to deny that we both remembered something that seemingly never happened, that we both saw my partner come home about an hour or so after leaving. How had we both seen this when there was no physical proof that it actually happened? And she states that she never came home. The whole thing is actually kind of haunting, because who had we seen? Who had we talked to? Was this my partner from a different timeline? Or had my son and I shifted or something? Regardless of any possible explanations, the inexplicable encounter with a copy of my partner that came home but seemingly never existed is something that's been deeply imprinted on my mind. To start, obligatory long-time listener, first-time caller, and I'm not on any illicit drugs nor alcohol, nor am I mentally unstable. I know that this could all probably be implied through the story that I'm submitting, but I also know that people could try to tell me that I was hallucinating due to something like this. So, I wanted to get ahead of it. This isn't too crazy of a story, but it was weird. And it was one of those things that really got to me when it happened. So, I thought I would go ahead and share it, and if anyone enjoys it, then it did its job. This was a few weeks ago. I was driving home from work, and, as always, I ended up stuck in stop-and-go traffic on the highway as I was always leaving dead in the middle of rush hour. There is a stretch of highway that always backs up, because it has a merger from another highway and it's a total pain. The sun was setting, it was shining in from behind me, thankfully, and the weather was actually pretty nice. I was sitting there, waiting for things to speed up, when I looked over to my left and saw a bright red car pulling up beside me. The car caught my attention because it was pretty clearly a vintage model, though I couldn't tell you what it was as I'm not much of a car enthusiast. That said, this car was gorgeous. Cherry red, top-down convertible, absolutely pristine condition, and I really couldn't help but admire it as it pulled up beside me. It wasn't like I was going anywhere anytime soon, so I had a moment or two to soak it up. As it pulled up, I got a good look at the driver, an older man with aviator sunglasses and a baseball cap with some sports team on it. I looked over, he looked over at me, he gave a nod, and I gave a thumbs up so as to say, "Damn, that's a nice car." For a few minutes, we were side by side. I kept glancing over, thinking about how nice of a car it was, how much I would be scared to take it out into rush hour traffic like this, thinking of the possibility of some idiot not paying attention to the road coming along and just completely destroying it. But then, something happened. I glanced down at my clock to check the time. I noted how long traffic was taking, and then I went to look back, and the car was gone. It had completely vanished without a trace. To cut out some of the quote-unquote logical explanations that may get thrown my way, there is no way that this car sped off ahead of me out of sight, as traffic wasn't moving. He couldn't have changed lanes and gotten ahead or behind me, as I kind of checked all around and he was nowhere. Not to mention the fact that he was in the leftmost lane, and I was in the center of this 3-lane highway. Where the red car was, there was now a white or silverish Camry with a younger woman driving it. But the car that was in front of where he was the same car. There's no way that he got over to the shoulder to gun it ahead of all of us, as this section of the highway doesn't really have a left-hand shoulder. And I can't imagine he would have risked destroying that car by doing that. Plus, I'm pretty sure that I would have seen him do so when I looked back over, as the time between glancing at the clock and back up was less than a second. Obviously, I was confused, and a bit upset. Somehow this car had just straight up disappeared from right next to me. I spent the rest of the drive home thinking about it, and it actually bothered me. I've heard of disappearing object phenomenon, but a whole car, driver included, just vanishing like that in rush hour traffic on the highway? It was definitely bizarre, to say the least. And after thinking about it way too long, the only explanation I can come up with is that he either defied the laws of reality and teleported out of traffic, or this was a legitimate glitch. If it was the former, well, then I hope to meet that guy again so that I can learn about this new technology. But if it's the latter, well, I hope he's out there in the Matrix living his best life. Hello, Raven. I've only recently discovered your channel via your podcast on Spotify, and I've been really enjoying the glitch stories. They make my nighttime walks for exercise a lot easier and enjoyably spooky. I do believe that this is a real phenomenon, but I'm skeptical as to whether or not it's connected to the idea of a matrix or simulation. I suspect that there are just aspects to the nature of reality that we don't, and likely never will, understand. But nobody came here to listen to me ramble. I have a handful of odd experiences that could fit in with this glitch phenomenon. None of these are earth-shattering, but they are odd enough that if you're paying attention for such things, you would notice. I've wondered if looking for glitches plays a part in experiencing them. Anyways. Story 1. I tend to sleep very poorly, and often only sleep 2 or 3 hours at the most. So that means that a lot of nights are awake doing something other than sleeping. A couple of years ago, I got into the habit of going out late at night to get something to eat, and find a quiet place to sit and listen to scary stories, or to read. So that's what I was doing on this particular night. It was about 3 in the morning, and I was on my way back home, and ironically enough, I'd been listening to Glitch in the Matrix stories on YouTube. I live in a small town, and I rarely encounter another person when I'm out late at night, and the roads are always empty. So I was on the highway and there wasn't another car anywhere near me. Suddenly, a bright yellow sports car comes roaring up behind me out of nowhere. I've never seen this car, and it was very conspicuous. Bright yellow, green stripes down the side, and it was just suddenly there behind me. The car pulls around me, and as it's passing me, I see the custom license plate. It just says, Glitch. I sat there with my mouth open and watched it drive into the distance. I haven't seen it since. Story 2. We have 2 dogs and a cat, and all 3 of them get fed early in the morning at the same time. Each one of them has their own dish that is their specific place that no one else uses. So, one day, Zooey's plate goes missing. We can't find it anywhere. It's not in the dishwasher, not hidden under or behind anything, it's just gone. Now, Zooey is a 6-pound papillion, and this is a heavy glass plate, so She did not carry it off somewhere. We looked for this thing everywhere and could not find it. So, we ended up just getting Zooey a new plate for her food. A couple of days later, that one goes missing too. Same thing. No idea where it could possibly be. So, we got Zooey a third plate. This one did not go missing, fortunately. However, a couple of weeks down the road, I was getting dishes out of the cabinet for dinner, and there was Zooey's first plate. Now, I get dishes from there every day, and I put dishes there every day. It had not been in that spot earlier that day, and I would not have missed it. Her plate also never gets put up there, even after it's been washed. It stays on the floor. I have no idea how it got up there, and the second one never turned up again, and I have no idea where it went. Story 3. A couple of years ago, my mom came home from the grocery store a few days after Christmas with something that she had purchased on sale. 4 tins of Christmas cookies. There were 4 different colors: blue, green, red, and yellow, each with gold striping. There was one for each of us, and I picked the red one, as red and gold are my colors of the university I go to. I picked up the tin, and I carried it back to my chair and sat it down next to me. Then I sat down, and I picked it up to open it and to sample the cookies, but found that I was holding the yellow tin. I looked across the room, and sure enough, the red tin was still on the table. I stared at it with wide eyes and an opened mouth. I had 100% picked up the red tin. The yellow tin hadn't even been next to it. There's no way that I could have made that mistake. I put the yellow one back and got the red one, but I felt really odd about it. They weren't even remotely similar in color. And thank you again for reading my stories, and I hope you have a great day. Again, not earth-shattering or life-changing, but that seems to be the case with these kind of things. I have a weird and hopefully short glitch that I wanted to share, as it's something that really, really bothered me when it happened. And it's honestly causing me a bit of mental anguish to this day. I'm going to try to make this quick, but I can't make any promises. I do have issues with talking too much. Sorry. In order to really get a good sense of what happened, though, I do have to give a bit of setup and context. And that's probably where this will get to be a longer story. So, this occurred about a year ago, around summertime. Last year, I finally finished my degree, and as such, it was going to be the first summer of freedom that I'd had for a long time. I went straight from high school to college, so while I had summer vacations then, I had spent the last 4 years having no more than a couple of weeks to myself between quarters. Because of the fact that my time off was so minimal, between working a full-time job and having classes, I haven't had much of a social life. I promised myself that, when I graduated, I would drive back home and spend a week with my friends and family. I finished my degree, graduated, and made sure that I had the time all scheduled off work, and then did exactly that. The glitch itself is one that's weird, and part of me wants to think that it is something to do with my memory, but I'm 99% certain that it's not. When I got to my parents' house, everything was wrong. I don't just mean that it felt weird. I mean that everything inside the house was not how I remembered it at all. Now, mind you, some people may say that it had just been a while since I'd been there, so I forgot how it looked. But I spent 18 years in this house, and I was there for a day or two less than a year prior, and it all seemed right back then. So here's the boring part of the story. I have to explain what I remember and what it is now. I'll try to do so without getting too deep. Here's what I remember. The front door would open into the living room, there was a dining room just past that, and the kitchen to the left. There was also one bedroom downstairs with a full bath next to it, all to the right of everything else. And upstairs, there were 2 bedrooms and a half bath. However, now, somehow, this map is all incorrect. The front door opens into a hallway and the stairs are right there. The dining room is seemingly on the other side of the kitchen, and there is now a full bathroom, and the room that I thought was a bedroom is now more of a sunroom. Like, it has a lot of windows, but it's hardwood, and not suited for a bed. Upstairs is even more confusing, because there are still 2 bedrooms, but what I remember is that there were 2 rooms and then the half bath. But now, it's 1 room, half bath, 2nd room. There's also a window upstairs that was definitely not there. I remember that hallway always being super dark if you had the lights off at all times. Now, it's well lit with a window that faces east. What's even weirder, my parents have 2 kids. Myself and my younger brother. Why would there only have been 1 extra bedroom? I don't remember us sharing rooms, and I haven't asked him because we're not on the best terms, but I feel like I would recall spending my childhood sharing a bedroom with him. When I walked into that house, I felt so lost. Like I literally had no idea where things were in my childhood home. I actually asked my mom how they had renovated and changed so much, but she kind of just stared at me and said, "We didn't change anything. What are you talking about?" And I really don't think that she was messing with me because, based on what changed, they would have had to have damn near rebuilt the entire house, and they don't have that kind of money. They both were acting like it has always been like this. My mom has pictures from when I was a kid that show the stairs and the hallways like they are now. And from what I can tell, everything is pointing to this being the house that I grew up in. They haven't moved, it's the same number and street name. So, I guess now my childhood home is nothing like what I recall. Again, I want to say that maybe this is a memory issue or there's something wrong with me, but I'm perfectly healthy. And I find it hard to believe that I would just forget how a house looked that I spent most of my life in and visited just a year prior. As it is, I'm chalking this up to a glitch in the Matrix and calling it a day, so hopefully you find this interesting enough to share with your audience, because it's messed me up pretty badly. This happened to me back in winter of 2003, when I was 16 years old. It is by the far the weirdest thing that has ever happened to me that I still don't have an explanation for. It was a dreary winter day. All the trees were bare and it was gray and gross looking outside. There was no snow on the ground, but these details are important to set the scene. So, one afternoon, my boyfriend and I were leaving my house to go somewhere, and before I got into his car, I realized I had forgotten something. I handed him my purse, and I asked him to put it in his car. It was a bright blue Dooney & Burke purse that was widely popular in the early 2000s. I loved this purse. I also had basically my whole life in that purse. My wallet, all my money, my Nextel phone, my makeup, literally everything that was important to 16-year-old me. I come back to the car and get in and we go. A few minutes later I say, "Hey, you put my purse in here, right?" "Yeah, it's in the back," he said. I turn and look and see it partially covered up by some clothing. A few minutes later I turn to get it, and it's not there. I'm looking everywhere. Eventually, I tell him to pull over and that the purse isn't here, so we pull over and we tear the car apart. It's not there. I'm upset, asking, "Didn't you put it in the car?" He, of course, is upset too and swears that he did. I swear that I even saw it in the back. So we go back to my house, figuring that it must have fallen out. We get back and start searching everywhere in the driveway, the road, my front yard, etc. My house and the driveway were not very big, so it's not that big of a space that it could be in. At some point, my dad comes out from all the commotion and starts to help us look. We literally looked everywhere, and it's nowhere to be found. After about 10 minutes of looking, I start to give up. I was very upset, thinking how I'll never be able to replace my phone, all of my money. I sit down in my driveway, and then the weirdest feeling comes over me. I can only describe it as a feeling of warmth and total calm. And it's like a voice told me to calm down and just look up. I look up, and the purse materializes in front of my eyes. It literally just appeared right in front of me on our rock ledge. I say out loud, "Oh, there it is," and very calmly and almost trance-like, walk over to it. My dad and boyfriend are just shocked because it was not there a minute before. My dad was standing right there. Everything was in the purse. Nothing was out of sorts. No marks or dirt to indicate that it fell off the car or anything. And the weirdest detail is that there is no way that 3 people missed a bright blue purse in the middle of winter with no snow and no sun. It would have instantly stuck out against the backdrop of the day. I even remember seeing it in his car. No people walked by as we were looking. Our neighbors weren't home, just no explanation for how it appeared in front of our eyes. It was almost like I willed it back to me. I'll never forget that feeling that I had. I've never felt anything like that again. My boyfriend refused to discuss how the purse magically appeared after that. He was really freaked out and just kept saying how positive he was that he put the purse in the car. I no longer have that purse. In a weird twist of events, I sold it to a friend years later who told me a few months after that it went missing from her room. And she never saw it again. I worked in a small private practice doctor's office, where a good chunk of what we do is hormone replacement therapy. Lots of people choose to get subdermal pellets, and with them you have the option to buy branded DIM. There's a guy that comes in to buy this stuff fairly often. Often to the tune of once a month, and normally he'll call ahead of time since we've been known to run out, to see if we have any on hand. His last name is one of a plant, and one that has significant meaning to me. When somebody makes a purchase, they need to sign the receipt regardless of their payment method. This guy always makes a really dramatic show of just marking an X on the paper. He's just a funny old guy, with white hair that makes me smile when he comes in. Well, last Friday, he had an appointment for his hormone pellets. Okay. Cool. I was doing other stuff when I saw somebody come up to the counter. This was a middle-aged dude. I thought maybe he was somebody's partner, most of our patients are women, on an errand to pick up supplements. He said he was the guy with the plant last name in for his appointment. The guy with the plant last name and the funny signature that I thought was considerably older. But maybe he dyed his hair and got cosmetic work done. Whatever. He comes out and I tell him his total and give him the receipt to sign. He then signs it with his whole name, instead of just the overly dramatic X. He didn't buy any DIM like he normally does, and then went on his way. I thought about it all weekend and decided to check the past charge history on him to see if maybe I was confusing him for another patient. The only other person with the same last name is his wife, who is a woman with a chart as well, so I know that I didn't confuse two people with the same last name since he's the only man. So, Monday rolled around and I plugged in the name, and sure enough, it was that guy who came in about once a month for DIM, and the purchase history proved it. The strange thing was, when I plugged in the name, only his appeared. He had a wife with the same last name before. I went and looked at his profile, and it said that he was in a domestic partnership. What? No. The last time he had an actual legal wife, with a matching last name. And then, a few hours later, I saw an old man with white hair come in. He said that he was here to get a bottle of DIM. I grabbed a bottle and told him the cost and asked for his birthday, so that I could pull his chart, as we don't just sell it to people off the street, and you have to be a patient of ours. I plugged in the birthday he gave me, and it was the birthday of the guy who had changed in the timeline. He gave me his credit card to pay, and the name was the same. There wasn't anybody else with that birthday in our system. I just kind of stared at him as best as I could while still being professional as he signed the receipt. He did a fancy little signature routine, but it wasn't the same overdramatic X from before. He took his bottle of DIM and left. Immediately, I pulled up the previous Friday's schedule and checked it. Sure enough, he'd had a pellet insertion on the previous Friday, and came in and had the appointment and paid and everything. This was not the same person, in looks nor in his signature, but we don't have anybody else with that name and birthday. You can get into a lot of trouble for doing the wrong procedure on the wrong person, but neither the medical assistant nor the doctor said anything when these were clearly two different people. I was actually laid off at the end of that day, or else I would take special note about when he came in next. I guess nobody will ever know the mystery of the body-shifting patient, but if anybody has any ideas, I would love to hear them. I have a glitch that happened just last week. Something that genuinely made me feel a bit weird about myself. It was a pretty normal day, last Monday to be exact. I was on my way to work after a long but productive weekend, driving down a familiar highway that I've taken every day for too many years now. I head in just before the rush hour, but the highway is a state highway, not an interstate, so it's not usually terribly busy. So I don't see too many cars, but there are a few. I was lost in my thoughts, the hum of the engine and the voice on the radio keeping me awake, and focused on the road ahead of me. After a bit, I noticed a car a little ways ahead of me. It wasn't speeding or driving stupid or anything. It just looked a lot like an old car that I used to own about 10 years ago. It was definitely a cherry red 1998 Ford Escort. Intrigued, I sped up a little bit to get a closer look. As I neared it, I actually got kind of giddy to see that this car was identical to my old one. There was a small hole in the bumper where my dad had backed his trailer hitch into it. It had the same dumb bumper sticker that I'd put on it in college. I stared a bit longer, just kind of grinning and thinking, wow, 10 years later and I've run into my old car on the highway. What are the odds? How is that thing still running? Obviously, it's not impossible, but highly unlikely, right? Now, that part isn't the glitch. That part could easily just be a fun coincidence. The glitch happened when I pulled up closer to them to get a look at the driver. As I got closer, I could see the driver's face in the side view mirror, and my blood ran cold. The man driving the car was me. Not a look-alike. He didn't look just similar to me. He was me. Right down to the stubble on his face, the sunglasses perched on his head, and even the same mild expression. My mind kind of spun, struggling to make sense of this and making me feel dizzy. I'm pretty certain I wasn't hallucinating or anything, as I was feeling fine up to this point and I don't have anything wrong with me, or anything like that. I had somehow stumbled upon a copy of me that was driving my old car, which completely confused me. My mind immediately went to, I need to meet this guy. I need to know this copy of me. I tried to catch up to him, but as soon as I got around to the actual side of the car, he hit his signal and got over 2 lanes to take the exit. Weirder still, I know that exit. It's the exit that I would take to get to my previous job, because that office is literally to the left of the highway ramp. This guy, this version of me, was driving my old car and taking the exit that I used to take to my old job. From where I was, it would have been dangerous to force myself to take that exit, so I just had to let it go and watch this other me go off to live his life. I did drive down to where my old job was on my lunch break, which is silly, I know, but I wanted to see if my car was there. It wasn't, so no leads on that front, unfortunately. In the end, I was baffled. Was this some kind of timeline break? An alternate reality version of me where I never took this job and thus never sold that car and bought my current one? Am I going crazy? Is there lead in my water pipes? I don't know. What I do know is that it was really weird and uncanny, and I genuinely have no explanation for it other than there is a second me, and that he has good taste in crappy cars from the 90s. Hi, Raven. I've been an avid listener of your channel for a while now, but this is my first time submitting my own story. I haven't experienced very many glitches before, at least not that were interesting enough to talk about, so I'm really excited to share the one that I do have. And here goes. A few months ago, I was working at a really small coffee shop drive-thru. The drive-thru was so small that they had to store all of their supplies and meeting space in a separate garage. This is a good detail to know for later in the story. It was a pretty boring job, and nothing remotely interesting ever happened there. One day they scheduled me to work in the morning and then come back for another short shift in the afternoon. I don't know why they didn't just give me one longer shift, but I decided to just let it be and left to get lunch. The lunch place was within walking distance, so I went on foot, and everything was all well and good. I didn't have anything strange on my mind at this particular time. On my way back was when things started getting really weird. I was probably 3 blocks from the coffee shop when I suddenly saw a man walking a bit ahead of me in the same direction. He seemed to have just appeared out of nowhere, and I was slightly confused by it. The walking path was just a straight shot all the way to my work, so it would be hard for anyone to show up around there without me noticing. I'm also very aware of my surroundings as a small female walking by myself. Anyways, he was wearing a button-down shirt, dress pants, and had a briefcase. He looked like a corporate person, or someone in a high position. To my surprise, he headed towards the storage garage of the coffee shop just as I was. I had plans to hang out in the garage before my shift, because it was the only area that was semi-comfortable and not cramped. As I saw him hurriedly go in, I asked myself, are they having a corporate meeting today or something? I didn't see anyone else there. If so, I should probably find somewhere else to sit so I don't interrupt them. I hesitated for a few moments, but I changed my mind and decided to go in anyway, about 30 seconds after he did. It was a public space, and they could just ask me to leave if it was a problem. Here's the weirdest part of the whole experience. When I walked into the garage, the corporate-looking guy was nowhere to be found. It was just the assistant manager and the manager, both of which are women. I didn't say anything about it to them, but my mind was completely boggled, and I tried to process how the guy would have come and gone that fast. I also think the universe has a sense of humor about things, because right after I just saw this, the manager sat me down and started talking about possibly writing me up for something trivial that happened earlier that week. I apologized for any trouble that I may have caused, but I was only half listening to her, because I was really more concerned that I just saw a man vanish into thin air. I do want to add that I'm not under the influence of any drugs or alcohol. I value my sobriety a lot, and I don't have any mental illnesses that would cause me to hallucinate. I went through every possible logical explanation in my mind for where the guy could have gone so fast, but nothing adds up. The supply building only has one door, so he couldn't have gone out a back way. If he had went in and out that quickly, I would have seen him walking away, because the parking lot was so large. Also, why would he walk all the way there just to be inside for such a short moment? It just didn't make a bit of sense. Perhaps it was a time glitch, and I was seeing the projection of a person who used to work in that building at another time. Anyways, I would be happy to hear what other listeners think of this, because it's still a complete mystery to me. This happened a few months ago, but still bothers me. So, I'm a very detailed and organized person. Less is more in regards to my living space. My room is always in order, but most importantly to note, everything has a place. So, if it's not in its place, I know that it's missing. I also hate losing things, so I'm hyper aware of where my belongings are. So I have a cup on my shelf that I store pens and markers. I vetted every pen/marker before it went in there, and frankly, I don't use them that often. But I still like to know that they're all worthy of use, and that I'm not collecting junk. This is just to note that I'm familiar with what I have in there because I loathe clutter. What I also keep in there is a letter opener and a great pair of scissors that I kept from an office job many years ago. Those items I use quite often. At some point last year, the scissors went missing. Even though I do live with my family, I have my own floor and we don't really go into each other's spaces. We live more like roommates, especially in the sense that we have many of our own common items rather than communal ones, including scissors. I was annoyed and asked everyone for a while if they had seen my scissors or come into my room and took them, to which they all denied. Over the next few months, instead of just getting new scissors, I would just get really annoyed every time I needed one and went to grab them, only to be reminded that they were still missing. So, one day I go to remove one of those event bracelets from my wrist that I got from going out the night before. Out of habit, I go to get the scissors, forgetting once again that they've been missing for months. I take the letter opener instead. I know, risky. And tell myself, that's it. Just take the extra little black scissors from work that you've had at your desk for ages. I use the letter opener to remove the bracelet, put it back, and that's it. The next day, I, of course, forget to bring the scissors home from work. I work in a shared office space, so most of the supplies are communal, and those scissors hadn't crossed my line of sight that day to remind me to bring them home. When I get home, I have a ton of mail to open. So I go to get my letter opener, and when I tell you that my heart dropped into my stomach when I didn't see the letter opener, but the scissors that had been missing for months. I just stared at them in disbelief. I then asked all of my family members which one of them had randomly returned my scissors that they had all denied taking all those months ago. After the initial blatant denial to my question, I was practically begging them to tell me they returned them because I needed an explanation. But my parents and brother said they have no idea what I'm talking about. I begged them to tell me that they were playing a joke on me, knowing they aren't the pranking type, but still needing an explanation. None of them even remembered me asking about these missing scissors months ago in the first place. And truthfully, they thought I was crazy and annoying for going on and on about scissors all night. I was pretty freaked out, and my denial and confusion made me decide to take the entire contents of the cup out, even though my letter opener clearly was not there, and couldn't be missed if it was. But let me tell you, what I then found hidden among the pens was the small black scissors from work that I never actually brought home the day prior. I basically sat on the floor for an hour trying to find a rational and logical explanation for the entire thing to help me sleep at night. It's been months, and I would like to note that my letter opener is still gone, despite searching high and low for it. And I now have 2 pairs of scissors at home. I'm curious what others think because I still really can't conjure a complete explanation that doesn't involve me having memory loss or my family playing a trick on me, which I also know did not happen. In spring of 2022, my partner and I found ourselves packing up our apartment to move into a new place. I found out I was pregnant, so we decided that we needed more room. So we worked with the rental office to move to a new unit on the property without causing lease problems. I want to say that the apartment that we lived in was a bit odd. Not like haunted, but it seemed like it was the place for weird things to happen for us. Small glitches here and there, but nothing really worth talking about. With only one exception. The one that this story is about. We were mostly packed and ready to move to the new location, but we're still having to sleep at the old place until the property told us that we could make the move. One night, I was jerked out of a deep sleep by what sounded like music coming from the kitchen. Our apartment was pretty small. It was just the kitchen, living room, bedroom, and bathroom, all pretty well crammed into a small cube. I sat up and looked over at my clock, and it was 3:30 a.m. Confused and annoyed, I got up to try and figure out where the hell the music was coming from when it clicked in my head that the song was Believer by Imagine Dragons. This may not seem too weird, it's a fairly popular song, but for me it was really strange. This song was a song that I used as an alarm on my prior phone, and the alarm was always set for 3:30 p.m. So, to have it going off somewhere in my apartment at 3:30 in the morning was incredibly strange. Now, again, you could say that maybe it was just my alarm going off on the phone, but that phone was in the end table of our bedroom, and it had been dead for a solid 1.5 years, since the day that I got my newer phone. I walked into the kitchen and I for sure heard the song playing, albeit muffled. I stood there, trying to pinpoint the direction from where this music was coming from. It was close enough that it was in the room. There was no way that it was coming from another apartment connected to ours, and just coming through the walls. I stepped toward the cabinet to listen, and after a bit of deduction, I was able to determine that the sound was coming from the cabinet above the fridge. I grabbed the stepladder from the hall closet, pulled it into the kitchen and set it up in front of the fridge to get into that cabinet, and to see what was playing that song. I reached for the cabinet and pulled the door open, and the second that I pulled the door open, the music just stopped. The cabinets were completely empty, as we had already packed up the kitchen, so there was nothing even in there that could have played the music. I want to also mention that in the time that it took for all this to play out, this song had looped through at least once, and almost all the way through a second time. So this wasn't just someone playing the song. It was definitely something like an alarm on a phone going off. I shut the cabinet, half expecting the music to play again, but it didn't. After this, I went back to the bedroom, opened the nightstand to see if maybe the phone had gone off somehow, but I pushed the power button and it was so dead that I couldn't even get the battery dead screen. I plugged it in for a moment, and it definitely said 0% as it started charging. I tossed it back in the drawer and went back to sleep, and that was that. I know that this wasn't a super crazy glitch, but it was so weird to me, and I can't explain it. I'm certain that it wasn't from the apartment above us. The room that shares the wall with our kitchen is our restroom, so it's not like it was coming from another unit in that direction. On top of that, the fact that it stopped the second that I would have found the source, that's the one thing that actually scares me. It was like I wasn't allowed to see it. Like this was some sort of glitch that I wasn't allowed to solve. So, we didn't. I left it alone. I never got answers, and we moved out of that apartment within the next couple of days. That's my glitch. I hope that you enjoyed it, and if anyone can explain, well, I guess I'll just say, make me a believer. Hey Raven. I've been listening non-stop for around a month now. I absolutely love your channel and wish I had stumbled upon it sooner. Which, again, leaving this in here to, of course, say thank you. Anyway, I would like to share a relatively short glitch that happened towards the end of my sophomore year in high school. So, early summer of 2002. I was in theater and we had just finished our last performance of My Fair Lady. It was a matinee performance, and the entire theater club, tech crew, and staff were going to go have dinner at a nearby restaurant once everyone had a chance to change out of their costumes, break down the stage, etc. A friend that lived in a neighborhood near the school was getting a ride to their house to change clothes. So me, and a small group of others, decided to take the ride and then just walk the neighborhood until it was time to meet at the restaurant. Before I go any further, I'll take a moment to mention that no drugs or alcohol were present, and I'm still close with 4 of the 6 people who saw this take place. Those 4 people still remember what happened and recount it the same way that I do. We had parked near my friend's house, waiting for them to change, and now we're just walking along the side streets, talking about D&D of all things. My friends were trying to get me to play, and were explaining character creation to me. It was getting close to sunset, and it was kind of humid, and out of nowhere the neighborhood gets super foggy and thick, and dark clouds start forming in the sky in one direction. It looked like rain might be moving our way, so we decided we should make our way back to my friend's truck. It didn't start really raining, but we did notice that we were getting hit with big warm drops of water every now and then. Like how it feels if water just drips off something onto you. I started hearing this weird buzzing sound. I asked my friend if they could hear it, and for a few minutes, it seemed that no one could hear it but me. It was getting louder and louder, and finally my boyfriend at the time says, "Oh, I hear it now. I think it's the mosquito truck." For those of you who don't know, in places where mosquitoes can be a problem, there's a truck that drives around and sprays poison. It's very loud and annoying. But this grinding, buzzing noise was getting louder very fast. But now everyone could hear it. I had to talk over it, almost yelling. I responded, "There's no way that that's the mosquito truck." It was even louder at this point. I was holding my ears. We're all just standing there disoriented by this roaring noise looking up at the sky. Suddenly, I noticed 2 and then 4 dim lights in the clouds, in a row, getting brighter and brighter, and I yell, "What is that?" A massive airplane flying out of the dark clouds. The lights were the reflection of the sun behind us, off the center of its 4 propellers. This thing was huge, bigger than any plane I've seen in my life. This is where the unbearable sound was coming from. It was so loud. This thing was extremely low, far too low, and moving unbelievably slowly. It seemed to hang and sway back and forth in the sky above us. The neighborhood has radio towers in it, and we were on a street that was very close to them. We could in fact see the base for one of them in the backyard of a house on this street. This plane was so low and close that it looked like it was between the 2 radio towers. It also looked like it was about to crash into the street that we were on. It would have had to. It looked like one of the wings was actually going to hit the towers. We all ran in different directions, holding our ears. I crouched down in a shallow ditch, crying because I was terrified. Then, the noise just stopped. I stood up and saw my friends looking confused as we all came back together to reform our group. We just stared at the sky. The sound was gone. The plane was gone. It didn't fly over us. We couldn't see it in the sky anymore, and we couldn't hear the noise in the distance. It literally just stopped. Within minutes, the fog and clouds cleared up, and that was it. To this day, I can't really explain what happened, and I've not experienced anything like that since. Without getting extremely wordy, I will say that I think it had something to do with the radio towers. I did get curious as to what kind of airplane it was, and after describing it a few years later to a friend who was super into military planes, he was able to show me a picture matching it pretty much exactly. The plane that he showed me was a picture of a Boeing B-29 Super Fortress, which was a massive American bomber used in World War II and the Korean War, if anyone wanted to look it up. Hello, Raven, and hello to my fellow Matrix dwellers. I've been listening to your podcast for a while, and I wanted to start by saying thank you for telling these interesting stories. Because of you, I've grown fascinated by glitches, and honestly, these episodes have helped me get through a countless number of boring days at the office. However, today, I have my own story to share. It may not be as jaw-dropping as some of the others that you've read, but it's been messing with me, and I would appreciate some outside perspective. You actually read a story recently about a person that had weird dreams, and it kind of inspired me to type this up for you, so I guess thank you as well to that person. A bit of background to start. I work as a tech support person for a software company, and I deal with an array of issues. These issues range from my laptop caught fire, which, yes, was a ticket that we once got, to I forgot my password or I can't log into the servers. Every day brings its own set of random challenges, but one ticket that I had to take care of here recently stands out, as it was, well, weird. A few weeks ago, I had this really strange and vivid dream. Nothing out of the ordinary at first, It started as just one of those normal work days in dreamland kind of dreams. In the dream, I was called by a coworker whom I'm going to call Emma. Emma called me and asked me to come over as she was having a bit of a strange issue with her system. The weirdest part of all this was the level of detail in the dream. I remember walking to her desk. I remember her describing the issue. I remember sending a text to one of the higher level techs because I was thinking that this was related to a specific server issue we'd had the day prior. And, come to find out, it was. I remember that during the troubleshooting and repair, I needed to ask Emma for her password. This is something that we typically do not do in support, but very specific issues with the authentication server sometimes require us to input the password from our systems. But it gets weirder. In this dream, I asked her for the password, and she told me that it was Purple Pangolin with capital P's 619 exclamation point. Not exactly a common and easy to guess password. Now fast forward a week, I get a call from Emma, and she tells me that she's having a really weird issue with her system. I walk over to her desk and we start talking about the problem. Not once do I even think about the dream while this is happening. She starts telling me what's going on. I'm watching her go through the steps to replicate the issue, and then I grab my phone to shoot a text. The second I unlock my phone, I get hit with the memory of the dream rushing back to me. I'm just standing there staring at my phone, swimming in this awkward feeling of surreal deja vu. I actually cut her off mid-sentence, not intentionally, but I did so and I asked, "Wait, Emma, I'm sorry, but is your password Purple Pangolin 619 exclamation mark?" It was weird to ask, I know, and after I asked it I felt incredibly stupid, but Emma just kind of stared at me with her mouth open, like she was shocked. She asked, "How did you know that? Did you get that from watching me type it?" I couldn't help but laugh, partly out of relief and then partly out of pure bewilderment. I responded with, "You wouldn't believe me if I told you," and tried to just shake the moment off. I then mentioned that it was a good password, but since I knew it, I recommended changing it if she felt uncomfortable with me knowing it. And then I went through the steps to get the problem that she was having fixed. Afterwards, she kind of poked me to figure out how I knew her password, and I told her that I just kind of knew it. Thankfully, she's not the type to think that I'm weird or anything for having this situation happen, and when I explained it to her, she laughed and said that it was really crazy. Crazy as it was, I've been trying to rationalize this occurrence ever since. I've never experienced prophetic dreams or anything of the sort before, but the specificity of this dream, the password, the issue, the person, contacting an upper-level tech to confirm the issue, and the way that it played out in real life, it was nearly the same as the dream. I can't seem to quite wrap my head around it. I know that dreams can be weird, that our brains can make something out of our daily lives, but this dream seemed like something else altogether. It's definitely left me questioning some things, much like the other stories you've told. Is our world really as solid and predictable as we would like to believe? Or is it more malleable, subject to unseen forces? Whatever it may be, I'm not going to be forgetting this glitch anytime soon. That is, unless my own personal Agent Smith comes around and wipes my memory. At the time of this submission, this is something that happened yesterday afternoon. There are probably plenty of reasonable explanations, but I've been listening to this podcast for the past month or so, and my mind immediately went to glitch when this happened. I play recreational ice hockey, and every time I get home from a game, I take my gear out of my bag and lay it on the floor to dry. I've always put everything in the exact same spot every single time, and have been doing so for years. So, the chances of me misplacing something are pretty slim. One part of gear that I always lay out to dry are my padded wrist guards. Think tennis sweatbands with some foam and plastic padding on the top to protect from slashes. They're black, with a white logo and easy to see on my light floors. I played in a game on Monday night and then came home and set all of my gear out as usual. The next day, Tuesday, I went to pack everything back into my bag. However, my wrist guards had completely disappeared. I moved my bag around a little and looked in all of the pockets, and they were nowhere to be found. I was so convinced that I lost them that I actually texted a teammate / friend to say that I may have left them in the locker room. Fast forward to the next day, Wednesday, and I was removing a handful of jerseys from the hangers in the utility closet that's right next to my bag, so that I could access the AC filter the next day. I threw them all on top of my bag, looked around on the floor, and still no wrist guards. Fast forward another day, Thursday. I get home from work and am standing at my kitchen sink, which is to the immediate right of where I keep all of my hockey gear. I look over, and laying on the floor in the exact spot where I would have put them 3 days prior are my wrist guards, clear as day. I was incredibly confused. I would not have missed these in the several times I was around my bag in the past couple of days. It's truly like they disappeared, and then came back a few days later. There is probably a more reasonable explanation for this, but none of them really make sense, as I did absolutely nothing different when unpacking my gear. This was my first experience with something like this, and I'm curious to know if it'll be my last. This event has happened on repeat a lot of times in the past couple years, around 3 to 4 years to be specific. In my hometown, the afternoon schedule for the local shops to be open is open from 1730 up to 2100, all days except Wednesday and Sundays. At least, that's what I remember, because my parents are adamant that the shops were never open on Monday afternoons. Then, how the hell do I have memories of me as a teen on Mondays afternoons running errands for my mom on the way to and from after-school activities? Or how was I running my own errands while doing after-school activities? I asked if things changed after COVID, since during the lockdowns a shop schedule was posted on our town's website for every week. But no, it was always like this. That is one of the few odd things that I noticed that have changed. The other one was the signal tower on the way to my old high school, which is near the town's second cemetery and the second mass grave memorial of our town. We also have an old cemetery in the other side of town. This second cemetery opened up in the early 1920s, and the other one is from the 1700s, maybe even older. Anyways, I've been going through that road for an entire year during the afternoons because I go to evening school, and only since April have I noticed that tower. How did I miss a relatively small signal tower that has a steady red light on top of it that you can only see through the night? And again, I asked my parents and my sister and her friends since when was there a tower there, and their answer was that it has always been there. I asked classmates and school staff who use the same road, and I got the same answer. What changed in April? Because since returning from Italy, which I spent from the 18th of March to the 3rd of April, that tower was not there. What is happening? I didn't have a near-death experience in my trip. I did trip and fall, but I didn't hit my head. The plane rides back were a bit bumpy and the lights did go off for a moment, but we didn't die. Or did I die and wake up in a new reality where there's a signal tower there and my town shops are closed on Monday afternoons? It's honestly unsettling. For some context, when I was in high school, at 16 or 17, I'm 27 now, my family was, let's just say, lower middle class. I came from a family of 5 kids. I was the oldest, so money was often tight. Despite being driving age, my parents couldn't afford to help me pay for a car, so my bike was the only thing I had if I needed to get somewhere that my parents refused to drive me to. And now, the glitch in question. We lived on the corner lot of my block. Because of that, we had a bigger front lawn that my siblings used to leave their bikes out on all the time. My mom used to get mad because my brother went through bikes left and right, and she would always threaten us saying that if we didn't put our bikes away, they would rust or get stolen, and she wouldn't replace them. One day I got home from a friend's house right before it started to rain, making it a point to put my bike in the garage ASAP. About 20 minutes later, my mom busts into my room screaming at me about my bike being out in the rain. At this point, I figured maybe my brother had taken my bike and didn't put it back. He did this from time to time. I went outside and found my bike lying on the far corner of our front lawn, right next to the sidewalk. I walked my bike back up to the garage, upset that my brother both took my bike without asking, and then got me in trouble for it. But when I opened the garage, my bike was already inside, right where I had put it earlier. I stood there utterly confused, with literally the same exact bike in my hands, same brand, same color, purple Titan Wildcat mountain bike with handbrakes. Same everything. It even looked used like my bike. To this day, I still have no idea where that bike came from. No one ever came to claim it or said that it was missing. My siblings also to this day still claim to not be responsible for bringing it home. The bike is actually still hanging in my parents' garage, right next to my actual bike. Thinking about this interaction often leaves me with a weird feeling of being watched. I choose to accept that this is a glitch, mostly because the alternative of who or whatever left this bike on my lawn, being close enough to me to know what bike I rode and where I lived, creeps me out much worse. Has anyone else ever had an item duplicate itself? This was during the pandemic, in 2021. I, female, 53, work in animal rescue as a cross-border transporter, and I have a Nexus pass to get back and forth. The card is the same size as a driver's license, but it's kept in an RFID envelope to protect the data. One day, I was supposed to go back to the US from Canada, and I reached into the side pocket of my purse, where it's kept, to pull it out for crossing. The border was closed for regular traffic, but rescues could cross via commercial, because having a pet is considered helpful for isolated people. So I reach in and my pass isn't there. Now here's the odd thing. I had just put the pass in the pocket 30 minutes prior, as I was bringing a load into Canada. I knew that I had put it there because I checked before I zipped up the pocket. I am paranoid about losing my pass, so I'm extra careful with it. I'm trying not to lose my mind because I need to go back, and losing your cool isn't helpful with border agents. I pull over to the side of the road and methodically went through my purse. Nothing. I empty out my purse completely, looking at each item carefully to make sure I'm not confused. No Nexus pass. I search the driver's seat. Nope. I get out and do a grid search of my whole vehicle. Not there. I go back to the CBSA office to look around. I ask the officer that I dealt with, and he tells me that he saw me put it in my purse pocket. I must be losing my mind. I thank him and leave. I check the car and my purse again, but nada. I even went back that night to see if the cleaners had found anything. No. Meanwhile, I let all my rescues know that I can't cross. I don't know what's going on, but I order a replacement just in case. I'm stuck for a month, waiting for the replacement, periodically searching for the card. It comes, and after I activated it, I go to my purse and put it in the zippered pocket so I won't lose it again. As soon as I open the pocket, there's my old Nexus pass, while I'm holding on to my new Nexus pass. I've turned that purse inside out looking for that bloody pass, and it's sitting in the pocket all pleased as can be. I feel like I've gone and lost my ever-loving mind, holding 2 Nexus passes. I yelled at the poltergeist that must have been farting around, because that pass was gone. I had other people looking for it too. Matrix, or whatever. I was hopping, irritated. What pocket universe did it slip into for all of that time? Pre-pandemic, I traveled downtown roughly twice per week to attend technical user group events. My employer would reimburse me for parking ramp expenses, so I would always use the nearest parking ramps available. Years ago, I had the unfortunate experience of losing a parking ticket and having to pay the full daily rate, which was expensive to exit the ramp. Needless to say, it's always stuck with me, and since I've made it a habit to always place my ramp ticket in the same place each time before exiting my vehicle. Center console cup holders. On this particular occasion, I recalled the lost ticket and thought to myself, yep, don't ever want to go through that again, and I placed the ticket into my empty cup holder. Mind you, I keep my vehicles pretty pristine. No garbage, nothing really in my car other than sunglasses. The event ends and I head back to the car, put it in reverse, and drive up to the meter to pay. Looking down to grab my ticket, it's gone. Nothing there. Nothing is in my cup holder. I take a few seconds to look around, but nothing. By this time, people are piling up behind me. Everyone has to back up so that I can maneuver out. I pull around and find a spot in the ramp so that I could figure out where my ticket is. Of course, it's going to be on the floor between the seats and center console, right? No. The other side? No. Under the seats. Purse. Nope. I know where I put it, but oddly enough, it's just not there. And I'm starting to second guess myself. Maybe someone got into my car and took it along with other items from the center console? No. Nothing missing. And my car was locked, so... This went on for a good 10 minutes. Finally, I start screaming to the parking ticket gods and forcefully feel around my cup holder and proceed to lift up the bottom rubber mat to see if it somehow fell under or got caught in a crease. I mean, it's empty. No physical way that it could have fallen in the crease because there wasn't one. It's a solid, molded piece of plastic. I put the rubber mat back down and tamp it into place. Defeated and wanting to give the universe a big double finger, I grab my seatbelt and proceed to buckle in. I look one last time at that damn cup holder, and the freaking ticket is sitting there dead center. Pristine. Like it's never moved. No creases. On top of the rubber mat thing that I just tamped down. This is a 4-inch by 2-inch green ticket. What the hell? This rocked me, and I have no explanation. I was going through some really rough times recently as I was separating from my partner of 10 years. My car happened to break down on the side of the road and then proceeded to burst into flames and basically burn to a crisp. I think I know how this happened, and although it was unlucky for it to happen at that particular time, it was not beyond the realm of probability. My tooth, on the other hand, did something very bizarre, and it started with me going to brush my teeth one night. I put some toothpaste on the brush, as always, and the moment that I put it in my mouth to begin the process, I was jolted with the most excruciating pain I have ever experienced. I liken it to putting a live wire with 240 volts of electricity to my tooth. After a minute, the pain goes away, so I persevered brushing my teeth for a couple of days like this, until I couldn't take it any longer, and I went to the dentist. The dentist found my story highly unusual, and after having a little look, told me there was a small cavity on the front of the second top front tooth on the left. She dried the area and disinfected it with some solution, and then just filled it with a filler. When I arrived back home, I had a look at the tooth, and there was a small dark gray spot where she had filled the cavity. I wasn't worried about that at all, as it cannot be seen when I smile, and I was just happy that I would not have to experience that gruesome pain any longer. Fast forward 2 months, and I wake up one morning and go to brush my teeth, and ouch. The pain is coming back, although not quite as shocking as before. I lift my top lip up to have a look at the tooth, thinking maybe the plug had fallen out, and what the hell? The dark spot where the dentist had filled the cavity is not on that particular tooth anymore, but is actually on the tooth next to it. I rubbed and scraped at the dot, but it wasn't going anywhere. It was the same filling that the dentist had given me, but it was now on a different tooth? Not only that, but the cavity that caused me all the hassle and pain before was back exactly where it was before being filled. Did the architect of the Matrix just go back in time to change something on the timeline and made a mistake getting me ready to come back to the new reality? How can a tooth filling magically shift from one tooth to another while I'm asleep? I've had many other glitches and synchronicities in my life, so I can usually deal with them okay, but this one has done my head in quite a bit. I'll have to go back to the dentist and have them fill the cavity a second time. Maybe they'll have some way of figuring this out? First, I would like to tell you that I like the calmness in which you narrate mind-blowing stories while everyone around you is jaw-dropped, and I know your style. It's like I see myself sharing happenings with people that would let most of them with emotional scars, and I'm just being casual me. Like I'm talking about normal random things in my life that for someone else would either break their perception of reality or call it a hoax or a bedtime story. Well, as you guessed it, me being here means that I witnessed a lot of malfunctions and weird things happening in the Matrix. Paranormal stuff. Time dilation, minor teleportations, you name it. Honestly, most of the people that I talk to about the things that happen to me, or around me, seem intrigued, and I believe that only a small percentage can experience things like this. Or just everyone experiences them, but somehow they are erased from their memory. Maybe someday I'll start to write in a notebook about the weird stuff I still remember, and start to share them with you. But for now, I will tell you only this one that's irked me a lot. When I was little, I came home from school and the front gate of my yard was locked. And I never had a key because my parents would rarely lock the gate, since we had a big dog for protection. When this happened, I always jumped the fence. But this time after I climbed on top of the fence, I was preparing to make the jump on the ground when somehow I fell. To add some details, inside the garden we had another iron razor-spiked fence. The spires looked like sharp lances, and somehow I fell with my knee exactly on them, and after I landed again in my knees on the floor. I felt like I fell on a hard object when my kneecap hit the sharp fence, and after I fell again, dropping to my knees on the hard ground. I had a few bruises, and my knees hurt a little bit, but no cuts or anything. To me, at that moment and at that age, it seemed normal, and I was glad that everything was all right. After a period of time, it would come to me. How did I manage to escape such a tragedy? Because normally, the sharp lances would have penetrated my knees when falling upon them, and most likely from that angle, would have completely cut off my legs. I played this scenario a lot in my mind, and I tried to get a normal explanation for what happened. But every time, I get very anxious and afraid and tried to think about something else. After all this time, I realized that I should be in a wheelchair, but somehow I managed to slip that harsh reality to a better one. I just wonder, did I somehow change it? Or did the crippled me from the future somehow manage to tamper with the wheels of reality and time? So, I haven't experienced a whole lot of weird things in my life. So much so that when I thought about the weird things I have experienced, one of the thoughts was about a pair of underwear that I had about 10 years ago. I was around 13 to 15 years old at the time. So here's the story, and I'll try to keep it short and simple. And of course, I assure you that everything I say is 100% true. I lived with my dad, my stepmother, and stepbrother in an old house in a small city, population of about 30,000 at this time. My room was upstairs. I remember that I had this pair of underwear that I'd had for a long time, and when I was putting my clean laundry into my wardrobe, I noticed that the underwear had ripped. Naturally, I decided that I should throw it away. I clearly remember going outside and throwing the underwear into the trash can. I went back inside, and that was that. It's now around 2 weeks later, nearly Christmas. One day I went to shower and walked upstairs to my room to put on some fresh clothes. I opened the wardrobe, and right there, sitting on top of the stack of underwear, you guessed it, is that same pair of underwear. I'm really confused, as I'm sure that I had thrown it away a couple of weeks ago. I pick it up, and it's ripped, right in the same spot. No questions here, this is the same pair of underwear. I go and tell my dad what had just happened. He laughs it off and tells me to go throw it away, probably thinking that I'm just misremembering. So I go outside and throw that piece of underwear away, again. I haven't seen it since. Now, I'm absolutely certain that I threw that pair of underwear away the first time, and I also remember feeling a little bad about having to throw it away because I liked it. To this day, I haven't come up with an explanation myself. And that's my little story, and thank you for reading. Edit. Some additional information. I've never talked about this to anyone except for my dad and brother-in-law right after it happened. Both of them just laughed it off and said something along the lines of, "That's weird." After that, I've mostly just forgotten about the whole thing. It's weird, though, how something that happened that simply just feels impossible is so easy to just shrug off. I suppose the most likely rational possibilities would be A, my stepbrother playing a really weird prank on me by digging around in the trash, finding my ripped underwear, keeping them to himself for a week and then placing it back in my wardrobe, and then not telling me about it even after I told him what happened. Or B, I'm misremembering, which goes against all of my memories of me throwing it away and feeling sad about it. And instead, I actually just threw it in the dirty laundry basket, and for some reason, my dad decided to place it on my wardrobe. He rarely even went in my room, let alone helped me with my laundry. And also, without then putting any of my other laundry into the wardrobe. Any alternative solutions or thoughts? I have a small glitch story that happened to me a couple of weeks ago at work, which makes it that much more annoying. Work is stressful enough as it is. I don't need our simulation piling more and more issues onto what I already have to do on a Monday morning. As an accounting analyst, my job involves a lot of back and forth with my manager, Dean. Dean is a temporary lead for my team, as the original team lead left the company. And he's also the head of compliance for the teams. Because he's a compliance guy, he's a bit aggressive with our team in making sure that we are getting information to him in proper reports, and in good time. On this particular Monday that I'm referring to, I was just setting up into my normal Monday routine, sifting through the emails, getting my task list ready for the week, when my desk phone started beeping. I glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Dean's desk phone. I picked up, expecting the usual rundown of tasks for the day. Instead, Dean asked me for a specific compliance report concerning a project that we had been working on. He said that he needed the report right away, which was one of the things that was strange to me. Dean is a very detail-oriented manager, and he plans things out. He knows what he needs when he needs it, so for him to say that he needed it urgently was a bit strange, but not impossible. I told him that I would get it to him within the hour. He thanked me and we hung up. So, I got to work swiftly compiling data and printing out the report, which I will say was not an easy task. Carrying the freshly printed report in hand, I headed towards Dean's office, expecting to find him at his desk as always. But, to my surprise, his door was open and the office was completely dark. Thinking that maybe he'd called me and stepped into a meeting or something, I walked over to Bob's office, another manager who usually knows what's up. When I asked him where Dean was, he looked at me a bit confused and mentioned that Dean was on vacation for that week, and that he was due back next Monday. I blinked, surprised, and told him that I got a phone call just a bit ago for the report. He shook his head and just said, "No, he's not in for the week, so that can't be right." Feeling increasingly confused, I returned to my desk to check my phone's call log. I expected there to be a call there at 8:35 a.m., but as I scrolled through the calls, there was nothing for that morning. The last call that I'd had from Dean was on Thursday afternoon. I just kind of sat there and stared at my report that I was holding in my hand, the one that Dean had supposedly asked me for about an hour prior. I wasn't sure what to do with it, so I just put it in my desk drawer and decided that if he needed it when he came back, I would have it. The rest of the day passed in a bit of a blur, with me unable to shake off this unsettling feeling this left me with. I don't know why I got this call. I know that it was my boss's voice. I know that he requested something that he would normally request, but in the end, I confirmed with him that he never called me. And I have no idea what all this was, nor do I have any answers for it, but at least I got an interesting story to share. Hey Raven, I've been listening to the podcast and have been following you on Spotify for about a year now, and I had always been quite curious about the paranormal, otherworldly, and all accompanying subjects. That being said, I'll try to keep this short. When I was 5 years old, I had a very eerie dream. I was in what looked like the inside of a closed-down diner that was pretty similar to a restaurant by the ski lodge on Mount Hood, which is about an hour-and-a-half drive from where I live in Oregon. The place looked closed for the winter season, which makes no sense as winter is the prime season for skiing, and the place is normally packed. But there was clearly no one in the place. All the lights were off, and chairs were on the tables, but there was a silhouette of a slightly portly man, and I could hear an ominous whisper. It was unintelligible. It was like it was being played off of a record player, being played at half speed and then 2x speed. But it also sounded like it was being played in reverse. It was as if my vision in this dream was moving to different points, and it kept getting closer to the man. I could see more of him, and by the end of the dream I could make out that he was a Caucasian man wearing a red flannel shirt, blue jeans, brown work boots. He had the classic balding man who still holds on to the little bit that he has on the sides. His hair was brown, and he had a mustache with blue eyes. Forgive me, as this was a long time ago, but I'm not sure if he wanted to harm me. But before I woke up, he had found me, and my vision had returned to a regular second-person point of view. I know that I was scared when I awoke, and I wanted to tell my mom, who was helping my sister, who's 6 years older than me, get ready for school. So I walked to the bathroom where they both were, and my sister was showing my mom a sculpture she had made for art class. And my jaw dropped to the floor. Her art project was a sculpture of a man wearing a red flannel shirt, blue jeans, brown work boots, brandishing a brown mustache with a balding head and blue eyes. I asked her, as I said I'm 5 years old at this time, "How did you make the man from my dream?" She said she'd been working on her project since she got home the day before. I had not heard anything about an art project when I saw her the day before. Why would I? My sister was a brat who would tease me and treat me like a little brother. I couldn't have heard them talking about it, as my bedroom door was closed and I'm notoriously a heavy sleeper to this day. I truly have no explanation for this. Maybe a year ago, I asked my mom if she remembered the time that my sister had made a figure of a man with all those previously mentioned attributes. She says that she doesn't remember it. But how can you expect a woman raising 2 kids who she herself at the time was going through college to remember an art project from 10 years ago? I then explained to her that I had just woken up from a dream about a man who resembled the exact same thing my sister had made a figure of. I described what the man looked like and how he was dressed, and my mom said that it sounded like I was describing her dad, who passed away in a plane crash in 1995. 12 years before I was born. But I still have no idea of how I dreamed of a man resembling my grandfather, who I had never met, nor had my sister. Anyways, I just wanted to put this possible glitch out there for your audience to speculate on. Keep it up, Raven. I love the series. Well, thank you, Dominic. I quite enjoyed this story, and I will keep it up. Promise. It was December of 1992 when I was 22 years old. A large group of friends and friends of friends, about 15 of us, decided to go Christmas shopping. There's a large shopping center about 10 miles away that has every kind of shop in it. So, we hired a minibus taxi and off we went. We got dropped off at the metro train that takes you directly to the shopping center. Being close to Christmas, it was incredibly busy. And there was a long queue at the ticket counter, so we decided to go to the self-service ticket machine, where the queue was a bit smaller. It was noisy. People were everywhere, and metro trains were coming and going with people getting on and off with bags of Christmas presents. We were laughing, chatting, and helping each other with the right money for the machine. When it was my turn, I put my money in and collected my ticket, as it dispensed from the bottom of the machine. As I looked up again, ticket in hand, I was alone. There was absolutely nobody around. No noise, just one empty metro train sitting at the platform. I was shocked, confused, and scared. I had no idea what to do. I just stood there looking around with growing panic, and then a man in a metro uniform came walking out of the office. I looked at him, and he must have noticed my expression because he walked straight towards me. He asked if everything was okay. I just said that I can't find my friends, that they were here and I don't know where they went. He smiled and asked, "Is that them?" And he turned, slightly indicating with his hand. In that moment, the platform was crowded again, and my friends were right there, 2 steps away from me. I looked at them in shock and then turned back to the man, but he had walked away. I walked over to my best friend and asked where everyone went. She just looked at me confused and said, "What do you mean? We've been standing here." I then said, "But all the other people went too. I was on my own." She just asked if I was okay because the platform had been crowded the entire time. I didn't say anything else to anyone, but I've thought about this so often over the years. The whole incident only lasted about a minute or two. Hello. Back in the spring of 2007, my wife and I were heading to the late show to catch a midnight movie. We live in the suburbs of the Westminster area in Colorado, so we weren't isolated. I usually work until midnight, but that night was a Friday, so I got off a couple of hours early. We decided to head to the supermarket to get some candy, and on the way was the city hall, and across was the single street that we take to get to the 24-hour market. Several apartment buildings are standing 100 feet high, and when we turned down the road, there it was. Just maybe 150 feet tall right above the apartments was a floating passenger plane in mid-air, and not moving, as if it was stuck. I slowed down as we drove under it. The lights from the plane were on, and you could still hear the engines running, which made it windy and loud. I thought that maybe it had gotten stuck in an air pocket, or something scientific, or whatever, so we kept driving as if nothing was out of place. We got our candy, taking our time because we still had time before the show started, and headed back the same way. After all, my wife needed her insulin shot that she had forgotten. We were in the market for about 20 minutes, and as we head back, there it was. The small passenger plane was still stuck in the midair, and the engines were still running as we drove back under it again. But this time, I stuck my head out and saw that, yes, it was a commercial plane. A smaller one that seats maybe 100 people just stuck there floating. My wife told me to just keep going and head in another direction towards the movie once we got her insulin. I did, and we've forgotten about it until we headed home late at night and I brought it back up again. My wife refused to talk about it because it scared her. I was trying to come up with an explanation after all of these years. Now, I've read UFO reports about how UFOs turned into planes to hide, and thought maybe we saw a UFO. After seeing some people upload videos onto YouTube about planes stopping in midair, and a bird also stopping in midair, and then hearing your show, I think I did have my glitch in the Matrix moment. Hi, Raven. I love your videos. I've been listening for a couple of years now, and I'm glad that I finally have the chance to tell you that you've been a big help to my insomnia. And keep up the good work. Well, thank you. Now, on to the story. I grew up in the middle of nowhere in the state of New York. I specify state so that there's no confusion with New York City. There's only farmland nearby with very small towns. My graduating class had about 80 students, and my girlfriends had about 40. One summer, a couple of friends of mine, my girlfriend and I decided to stay at my girlfriend's childhood home to get away from our college apartment. We got bored, however, very quickly, and started looking for things that we could do. When my girlfriend mentioned that there's a famous haunted house not far from where she lived, it was about a 10-minute drive, so we decided that it would be fun to go and check it out. It was around 2 a.m. when we decided this, so keep that in mind when considering the following events. When we arrived at the house, there was a long gravel driveway, and before we could make it all the way up to the house, we were stopped by 2 state police officers. Not local police or county sheriffs, but state officers, which is unusual to say the least. I can't remember exactly how the interaction went, as I was sitting in the back seat and didn't catch everything that was said, but I remember that it wasn't your usual license and registration conversation. The police officers were giddy and acting unusual. They told us that there were camera crews shooting at the house and that we had to leave. But we could clearly see that there was no activity at the house from where we were. Anyways, we left, and on the way back, the driver had noticed that she couldn't find her registration anywhere. We all looked in the car while she drove, and nothing. The next morning, we tore the car apart looking, and nothing. Then, suddenly, 2 weeks later, we got pulled over again on our way to go camping. And there it was, right in her glove box. For lack of a better word, this was one of my more weird and memorable moments of my life, and I'll never forget the chills down my spine when I saw that piece of paper. I don't know if this is a glitch in the Matrix, a glitch in technology, or just good luck. Anyway, the universe has definitely been looking out for me. A month ago, I felt really weak with body pain and extreme fatigue. No cough or tough breathing, but knowing my body and normal aches and pains and the normal tiredness, I knew that this feeling was quite different. I went ahead and took the C19 test, and damn it, I was positive. Although bummed a little, I was kind of happy because, hey, 5 days off work. Anyways, I had some money put away for a rainy day, so I felt like this was the perfect time to use it. However, I should have saved that money for when I got my check and was missing a whole week of pay. Well, I didn't think of that. I was so bored at home that I managed to spend $1,500 on food and other random things. Whatever popped up as an ad on my phone, and I thought it was cool, I ordered it. I also paid a couple of bills, and pretty soon it was back to work. Well, the check comes, and it's a horrible disappointment. After paying the rest of my bills and getting household stuff, I was left with $20. Now, here's where it gets weird. I have my money on a Cash App card. Anytime someone sends me money, the notification will pop up, and in the history, it'll show who it came from. I was getting down, trying to figure out who I could borrow money from, but decided to just go to sleep. I woke up the next day and was going to ask someone to send me money and noticed there was an extra $20 on it. Wait, what? So I checked the history, but no one had sent me anything. Weird, I thought, but thanks. So I spent it. The next day I wake up and it's like 25 more on my card. So I'm like, cool. But then I was like, something strange is going on. This went on every day literally until I got my next check. I would go to bed with one amount and wake up with random more money on my card. I don't know how this was happening, but I'm glad that it did. My sister told me that it could be money back from something I ordered, however, everything I ordered came, and the money came off my card. Plus, like I said, it gives you a notification of where the money comes from, or goes to. However, this random money had no trace to it. It was just there, and I'm thankful for it. Unfortunately, once my work checks got back to normal, I haven't gotten any extras. It was good while it lasted. So, I figured I might as well share this story while I have it permanently imprinted in my brain. I was renting a room once at this La Quinta for a couple of weeks. Me and my girlfriend I have now, we've been together for a long time, and this happened probably around 5 years ago. Anyways, it's not a La Quinta now, it's like a Quality Inn or some bullcrap, but it has a side door and people can go out to smoke and use as an access point. As I was on my way back to the hotel room, I remember pulling up to this parking spot. As it was a good 100 yards away, I could see something precisely in the way of my destination. It was right next to the hotel side door in the grass area. I saw this glitch of light. It was an amazing blue hue with yellow inside of it. And then I saw some type of humanoid come through it. I was pulling up, so keep in mind I was driving toward it in the parking lot. It saw me. I didn't like the fact that I could see it. I remember that specifically. It kind of looked like the Predator from those movies. It was just differently colored. It was more red and white and black. It was throwing a fit because it was in my way of my destination. I didn't know what else to do except walk straight up to the side door directly towards him. I was completely weirded out that I could see this thing. He was jumping around, I think trying to intimidate me, which didn't work. I wasn't scared one bit for some reason, just fascinated. So, as I'm getting out of my car and walking up, I see him scatter down next to the dumpster in the hotel parking lot, kind of down by where my car was a little, and then all of a sudden it morphed into this huge dog-like creature. It was very agile and mad that I was watching him. He started breathing deep and growling. I still wasn't scared at this point because I could clearly see how scared he was. I went in the door, turned around, and came back to the door to make sure that I saw what I saw. And yep, he was still there plain as day. I ran up to my room and told my girlfriend what happened, and she said that she had never seen me like that before. I asked her if she actually believed me, and she said yes. I was acting 100% down to earth and completely real to her. She believed me 100%. That was just confirmation that I knew what I saw and that was the truth. I know we all look to our loved ones for confirmation on some stuff, and that's what I was trying to do with this, as I almost thought that I was losing my mind. Anyways, yeah, I made a MUFON report, that's Mutual UFO Network for those who don't know, with this and then shared it with you, and I hope you enjoyed. I did. That is a very weird story, thank you. So, this is a timeline that is strange. My current boyfriend and I met in August. I met his friend and his wife in September, not their daughter, since we visited an adult restaurant late at night for this double date. I only remember meeting them this time and not going to their home until October when he moved into his new house and had to get his things from their home. However, this is where things got weird for me. When we went to his best friend's house to pick things up that he had stored in his friend's basement while he found a house, my boyfriend walked away while I parked the car, and I had no idea which house was theirs. I had to wait for him to come back up to get me to figure it out. Then, when we went inside, his friend's daughter ran up to me. I don't remember knowing her, but kids are strange. But then the wife asked me how I liked her decorations. I was confused because I had no idea how I would have known her decorations were new, as I had never been to their house. All of them acted like I should have known 1, their home location, 2, that I'd met their daughter, and 3, would be able to see the difference between old decorations and new. I was confused, but didn't think much of it. Kids will run up to strangers, and maybe it was easy to tell the others had I paid more attention. But, turns out, there's a date which I have no memory of. My boyfriend and I and their little family all tried to go bowling but couldn't go. We went to a buffet to eat, and even hung out in their house for a bit. Hence why I should have known the location of the house or met their child. Now, while I have a great memory, I played with the possibility that I simply forgot. However, my boyfriend and them have no proof that this happened. Had we gone to the buffet, my boyfriend would have paid. He never uses cash, and there is no charge on his only 2 cards for the date. Also, I have pictures of almost every day that this could have possibly taken place, and nothing. Each day is accounted for, and no picture of the date either. It's rare that I don't take pictures on our dates, especially if food is involved. But all days that this date could have taken place, I have either a selfie or other pictures proving that I wasn't anywhere near him. And the tracking of Google Maps also backs up that this date never happened. It seems like all 4 of them, for some reason, come from a timeline where this date took place. I wonder why they all jumped, and I'm kind of anxious now. I never forget things like this, but to have no proof of the date really solidifies that I'm not just forgetting. In this timeline, it didn't happen. A quick note before we get through this story. The submitter did mention that English was not their first language, and I believe in this story, whenever they mention jeeps, they mean buses. I can imagine there are probably places where buses are made by Jeep and they're probably just referred to as jeeps. It's entirely possible. I didn't want to change the wording because it's not my story to change, so I did want to mention that in case anyone hears this and gets confused. Okay, here we go. I was heading home from school one late afternoon. The sky was getting dark and the lampposts were lit, and a white Jeep dropped me off at the terminal, which was also a parking lot of a mall. A section of the area was allotted for the Jeep terminal, and another section for the deliveries and cargo. The rest of the lot was almost empty, and there was barely anyone walking around. On an ordinary weekday, green and orange Jeeps have other routes, indicated by large text labels on each side of the vehicle, and the unnamed ones, without route indications, were all headed to my village. While I was walking down the lot, I saw that there was only one unnamed Jeep, a fairly small one. It's painted yellow and has no route indication. But since I've been in it multiple times before, I already know who the driver is and how many passengers it can accommodate, which was around 16 to 18 people. Subconsciously, and cautiously looking around for other passing vehicles, I reached the Jeep and sat down inside. While waiting for more passengers, I noticed that something felt odd. The cushion of the chair and the structure of the front of the Jeep looked less familiar. The seats were white and the dashboard was stainless steel. The ceiling was higher than I expected, and the Jeep looked like it could accommodate up to 22 passengers. At that moment, I thought that it wasn't the yellow Jeep. The seats of the yellow Jeep were red. The dashboard was yellow, and it's old and almost rusty. Trying to prove my doubts wrong, I peeked outside the window to look at the route indication. I didn't expect to see anything, but there it was. The Jeep was headed to a specific location, and it wasn't painted at all. Just plain gray metal. I was so confused because I was sure that this was the yellow Jeep. I looked for it in the parking lot, but only the gray Jeep was headed to my village. The lot was vast, and there were only a few cars parked there, so it's easy to look for any vehicle. But there was no yellow Jeep in sight. No Jeeps had taken off in the last 15 minutes, so I knew that it didn't just leave. I even looked for its driver, but he was nowhere to be found. Until the Jeep had taken off, I was still wondering, did I see it wrong? Was I just tired and mistook it for another Jeep? Or was this some kind of glitch in the Matrix, and I switched realities? This happened to me years ago, when I was introduced to someone as Nick, the nephew of some friends. He's a vegetarian, musician, lawyer, and we had a nice chat at the gathering. I went to another person, was told, oh, that's their nephew Nick there, and it was a totally different person. At least, looks-wise. Same details, checked all the box for what I knew about Nick, yet not even close to the same dude. I said hello throughout the course of the evening, and it was clear that he had never met me. Plus, he had a very different personality. At first, Nick was a pudgy, blue-eyed, self-effacing shy guy. Second was a little arrogant, with dark brown eyes, darker skin, different hair and color/texture. Not the same guy. And there's only one nephew Nick. Let alone not two vegetarian lawyers who are frontmen and lead vocalists in a band. Okay, whatever. Stuff happens. And sometimes, weird stuff happens. But it happened again yesterday with a different person. A woman this time. My friend's beloved aunt died in like 2017 or so. I attended the memorial, and seated next to me was a woman who introduced herself to me as Dina Saccone, a good friend of my friend's family, and mom of a fellow classmate of my friend, Kathy, and me. His name was Teddy, and he'd been my first little crush in first grade. There were only a few minutes until the memorial started, but we chatted a bit, and I introduced myself, asked about Teddy, told her to tell him hello from me, etc. I remember thinking how young she looked, barely older than Kathy or me, and of all the things, she was wearing a mini skirt at the memorial. Oh well, not a super formal family, and she looked good. Flash forward to yesterday, another memorial, this one for Kathy's mom. Dina Saccone was one of her best friends, and Kathy mentioned that Dina would of course be there. I made a mental note to say hello, since we'd had a little conversation at the aunt's memorial. I was standing looking at the beautiful and elaborate slideshow that Kathy had put together for the service. A very outgoing lady, about the age of my mom, stood next to me and was commenting on the old-timey pictures. She was a hoot. I introduced myself, and she said, "Hi, I'm Dina Saccone." But, people, this was not the same lady. This lady, A, looked nothing like the first Dina, And B, even if she'd bore any resemblance whatsoever, there is no way anyone could just normally age that much in 5 or 6 years. This was a different lady. One comment that she made that was interesting was that Kathy's Uncle Greg was very conservative, so she used to shock him by showing up in her miniskirt. What the hell? The first Dina wore one, the second Dina happened to mention one. I don't know, y'all. My high school geometry teacher would go off on these tangents about the implication of higher math, verging into philosophy, and if he got too far up in the clouds, he would just shake his head and say, I'd rather drink beer. So, this past winter, I, 27 female, went with my mom on vacation to a very small town in the middle of a huge ecological park that consists of kilometers upon kilometers of desert. It's not the first time we've gone there on vacation. We just love how calm and quiet it is, the beautiful scenery, and the kind people who live in that town. Now, since it is a very small town, there's just one hotel with 5 rooms and 3 bathrooms. 2 of the 3 bathrooms are inside the restaurant that's attached to the hotel, and to get to them from any of the rooms, you have to pass various sets of doors. Because of this, at night, we only used the other bathroom, which was a metal door on the other side of a small patio. I remember that first day at the hotel, I went to the bathroom and, when I tried to close the door, I couldn't close it fully because there was a crack on the wall the door was attached to. There had been an earthquake a few years prior, which was probably the culprit for this crack, since the last time we'd stayed at this hotel, many years ago, it wasn't there. As a result, we had to tie a string from the lock to a nail in the wall inside the bathroom in order to close it, and even then, it never fully closed. It annoyed me, but we weren't paying much and we were the only ones staying at that hotel anyways. Well, here's how the glitch happened. It was our 3rd day staying at the hotel, and we had just come back from a walk up a nearby mount. Very small, the walk barely lasted an hour. It was still fairly early night, around 10 p.m., and my mom said that she was going to get ready for bed. I told her to go ahead because I wanted to stargaze for a little while, taking advantage of the cloudless sky. I did so for about half an hour or so, before deciding it was time to also get ready for bed. I went to our room, got my toothbrush and toothpaste, and then went to the bathroom. As soon as I stepped in, everything felt off. I reached for the light switch, but it wasn't there. I searched for it to no avail. And then, when my eyes got used to the darkness, I saw that it was on the opposite wall, the one that had a crack. Except when I turned the light on, I realized there was no crack. As so, I was able to close the door perfectly, and there was no string or nail to tie it in place. It was as if it was an entirely different bathroom, but everything else was the same. The tiles on the wall, the slightly rusted mirror, the cheap-looking shower head, and the white sink with the pink soap. Everything was the same as I remembered, except for the cracked wall and the light switch. It was as if, for the time I took to wash my teeth, I was in an alternate timeline, in which the earthquake didn't happen. The wall didn't crack and the light switch wasn't moved to another wall. It was a very surreal experience, and the more I stayed there, the more nervous I became. So I hurried up, turned off the light, and pretty much sprinted towards my room. My mom was already asleep, so I decided not to bother her, but it took a while before I could sleep because I was feeling very unnerved. The next day, with the sun now illuminating everything, I went back to check on the bathroom that had scared me so much the previous night. but it was exactly as it should be, crack and all. I haven't been able to make sense of this situation despite how much I've thought about it. Before I got my braces, my left front tooth was further forward than my right front tooth. Weirdly enough, in my childhood, I remember about 3 or 4 times where I would just be talking or doing mouth things when I noticed my right front tooth was further forward instead of my left front tooth. My teeth were not loose, in pain, or anything that would explain this. I thought I was losing my mind, but was sure of what was happening. After a few minutes to hours, I would notice that my teeth were in their original places. I know this is a fairly short story, but the fact that it happened multiple times over the years severely confuses me. I remember it happening at Target, at a pizza place, and more, but I can't recall where I was or what I was doing. Sometimes, it just feels that the smallest things can lead to the most confusion. I was about 6. My older brother and I were, for some reason, chasing our pet cat from the second floor to the first. We were all running towards the screen door in our dining room when, suddenly, our cat was now on the outside of the screen door looking back at us. My brother immediately stopped running and went into the kitchen. I stood at the screen door in our dining room staring at our cat, wondering how she got out there without the door being opened. In my confusion, I was trying to figure out how someone had let her out so quickly. How was this possible? Weeks, or months later, I brought up the incident to my brother like, remember when we were chasing Sophie and then suddenly she was on the outside of the screen door? He said he didn't remember a thing, and that it must have just been a dream, but I know that it wasn't. I know that I was wide awake. Incidentally, in his 20s, my brother developed schizophrenia, and after suffering for 10, he finally sought help and was put on medication. He's missing a lot of memories about himself now and the person he was before his medication. I miss the old him. A lot. But that's another story. I have a story that may be a glitch or something paranormal. It's about a homeless guy around my neighborhood. You know that every hobo has at least one perk. Well, this one seems to have a lot. He's like Father Nature, because he always knows the exact time when asked, and he can always predict the weather precisely, even better than people paid to do it. I really believe this isn't a hoax, because all the bullies around here frequently search through his pockets for watches or smart devices, but no one knows how he is capable of doing this. This story does get even creepier, because one day I rode my bike all around the city, and when I saw him, I asked him how much time he thought it would take me to reach home, and he answered to me an exact time of arrival, like 13:47, which was after almost an hour and a half. I questioned his powers and thought that he threw me a random time, because the way home was at maximum 15 minutes by riding a bike. But guess what? After that, on my way home, my pedals simply broke, and I had to drag the bike after me. Close to my house, I saw him again and yelled at him that he was right about reaching home after a long time. Then I remembered the precise minute that he gave me, and when I checked the watch, it said exactly those numbers, 13:47. The last time that I saw him, I talked to him, and he made someone so pleased around here that they actually bought him a very expensive watch. But I don't think he really needs it, because when I asked him about the time, he said it. not even raising his hands to look at the watch. This happened to me a couple of weeks ago, and I've been thinking about it nonstop since. My roommate and I went through the Taco Bell drive-thru, as one does. I was driving and he was the passenger. I ordered a combo meal, a quesadilla one if you're curious, which came with a medium drink. I pulled up to the window to pay and handed my card over. While the drive-thru worker was processing my payment, I moved a cup from my middle console cup holder to the cup holder that's down on the door to make room for my drink that was coming with my meal. The worker gave me my card back, and then immediately gave me my drink with a straw. I know for certain that I put it in the middle console cup holder because I bumped my roommate when I was trying to get it to fit. We get our food and begin the short journey home. When I pulled into my driveway, my roommate stepped out of the car with the bag of food. I reached down to the cup holder to grab my drink, and it was not there. I checked every single cup holder in that car, and it was nowhere to be seen. I asked my roommate if he grabbed it, and he said that he didn't, and was also confused as to where my drink went. We both remember me getting a drink with my meal, and it was just gone. I was weirdly upset, not because I didn't have a drink, but because I felt like I was going crazy, and being gaslit by the universe. I've misplaced things like that before, but there was absolutely nowhere that it could have gone. It took me a while to calm down, but this has been in the back of my mind for the last 2 weeks, just eating at me. I can only assume that me from another dimension got a surprise Diet Pepsi that somehow slipped through a rift or something. Does anyone here have any thoughts on what might have happened? Hi, Raven. I've been listening to your podcast for a while, so I thought I might as well share one of my stories. By the way, I'm a first-time poster and a horrible writer, so sorry if my storytelling skills aren't top tier. For some context, my house is a small 2-story apartment. When you enter the house, you'll be faced with the stairs and a hallway that leads into the living room. On the right is the opening to the kitchen. The kitchen has 2 clocks, one in the oven and one on the microwave. This was in 2019. It was a Monday, and I'd woken up for school at 6 a.m. I remember checking my bird clock and laying back down on my bed and closing my eyes for 1 second. But when I opened my eyes, I looked back at the clock and it was 7 a.m. I hadn't closed my eyes for that long, and I had no idea how I just skipped a whole hour. I went and told my mom, and she gave me the answer of, "You probably just fell asleep, and that was the end of it." Well, skip ahead to 2022, my alarm for 5:30 a.m. goes off, so I do my whole getting ready for the day routine and go downstairs. I walk into the kitchen to eat breakfast, and that's when I look at the time. 1:39 a.m. I checked my phone just to make sure, and yep, it's now 1:40 a.m. I decided to go back to bed. This one was only about 3 weeks ago, April 30th. I woke up 2 minutes before my alarm was set for 6, so I went to get dressed, and then went back over to my phone confused as to why my alarm hadn't gone off yet, and it was 5:54 a.m. This all happened in my room, so I don't know if I'm imagining this, or if my room is just glitching. So, I'm 16 and was 14 at the time this happened. It was a few years ago, but I still think about it a lot. I stayed a few nights at my older sister's house, and when I got home, it was about 8 p.m. So my little brothers were getting ready for bed. My Bluetooth earbuds were dead. I was bummed because I normally sleep listening to music or white noise. So I go to plug them in, but my little brother is using the charger and we kind of argue over it until he says that I could use it. So I plug them in and I get to bed. The next morning I went to get them, but they were gone. I thought maybe my brothers knocked them down, so I looked for them on the floor and around the area. Me and my two little brothers share a room, and it's quite small, so it shouldn't be too hard to find a bright green earbud case. After about 10 minutes of looking, my older sister texted me telling me that I left my earbuds there, and I told her that I didn't because I just had them last night. But she sent a picture of them, and I was very confused. I only own one pair of earbuds, because they were expensive. So how did they end up there again? When I told my grandma, she just kind of shrugged and didn't care too much, but my little brothers and I remember me plugging them in. To this day, I don't have any other explanation for this, other than it being a glitch in the Matrix. So, this happened earlier this morning, but it's still on everyone's mind here. I was doing the laundry and moving clothes from the washing machine to dryer. While I was moving things over, I picked up my Optimus Prime shirt and put it in the dryer. Then, one of my kids needed me in the kitchen, so I walked away. When I went back to the washing machine, I picked up the next item, and it was again my Optimus Prime shirt. I figured I had just mistaken the first shirt for it, so I threw the shirt in there. A few items later, again, one of my kids needed something, so I walk away. When I get back, I again pull out the same Optimus Prime shirt from the washing machine, and I say out loud, "What the hell? This is weird," and throw it in the dryer. My oldest daughter walked in and asked what was going on, and I tell her. She looks in the dryer and she says that there's 3 of this shirt in there. It's impossible, as I only own one. So I go look in the dryer and, yes, indeed, there are 3 identical shirts. All wet as well. My daughter gets excited and calls my wife to take a look to confirm that we are not crazy. My wife takes a look and she also sees the 3 identical shirts. And she knows that I only own one as she's the one who bought it for me. My wife says that we should take a picture and she walks out of the laundry room to get her phone. While she was getting her phone, there's a loud bang coming from the laundry room, and we all quickly go back in there. Nothing seemed out of place or to have fallen, but when my daughter looked in the dryer, there's only the one Optimus Prime shirt. We emptied the dryer, but in the end, there was only that single shirt. Still no idea what happened there, but all 3 of us saw the multiple shirts. My mother owns a blue and white tote bag. It's very sturdy and she uses it to carry all of her medical files when she goes to any medical appointment. She lent it to me since I had to hand over all 8 of my scholar books as I'm graduating high school. Since the bag is sturdy, it was able to carry all of my heavy books. I remember handing them over to a guy scanning them to make sure that I hadn't lost any of the books, putting the blue and white tote bag inside of my backpack, and joining my friends. I recall this action very clearly. I go home in the evening and my mother asks me to give back the bag. It is nowhere to be found. I tell my mom that I remembered putting it inside of my backpack, but since I'm rather scatterbrained and often lose my stuff, I once even lost my ID, she brushes it off and asks me to find it the next day. I don't want to disappoint her, so the next day a friend of mine and I go in the room where I handed my books in, My usual classrooms, the yard, and we even ask the receptionist about their lost objects section, and we don't find it. Quite defeated, I tell my mom that it is lost for real, that it must have slipped out of my backpack in the street or something, as it's nowhere to be found. This morning, as I went into the schoolyard, my jaw dropped at the sight of the tote bag right there, on a bench table. I was with the same friend, and we were both flabbergasted. How did this bag stay on the bench for 3 days without anyone taking it for themselves, or handing it in to the found objects section? And most importantly, how on earth did my friend and I miss it while looking for it, when it was in such a visible spot? This happened over a year ago, but it replays fresh in my mind almost daily, because I'm trying to make sense of what I saw and experienced. My ex-boyfriend, 35, male, and I, 34, female, were strolling through the aisles of a store conversing as normal. We were choosing snacks for stay-at-home date night. As we came to the end of an aisle, I began to get a migraine and I felt a pain in my guts to the point of wanting to vomit. My boyfriend at the time began to notice me in discomfort and asked me if everything was okay. And hell no, it was not. I was standing at the end of the aisle with my hand on my head and the other on my back trying to support myself. I felt like I could feel the earth literally spinning, never mind the room. I had to steady myself because the spinning felt so real. It was like that spaceship ride at a carnival, where it just spins and everyone gets stuck to the walls. I leaned my head back, and when I looked forward and to my right, I saw myself and my boyfriend in perfect mirrored form. I was standing next to myself. I saw me, staring at myself in absolute horror, with my oblivious boyfriend picking up some kind of bag of chips and standing behind me. I raised my hand, and the reflection raised its hand. I stared at myself and turned to my boyfriend in horror and said, "Do you not freaking see this?" I then looked back to find the reflection gone and went into a full-scale panic attack. I know what I saw. I'm not crazy. I stood directly next to myself as if I had a perfect clone and saw everything reflected right behind me. Time split. The universe split right in half. I can't make sense of what I saw to this day. I just know that I know nothing is what I thought it was anymore. Hi, Raven. I've been puzzled over this non-creepy glitch since 2016. So, I was living with my sister and brother-in-law. My sister left and would not be back for a few hours, so I decided to clean while she was gone. I finished the living room and was headed for the kitchen, and was relieved when my brother-in-law went to his man cave. That way I could completely focus on the kitchen. I washed all of the dishes, saving Freddy the cat's bowl for last in the dishwasher. I washed it really well, inspected it closely and rinsed it thoroughly, and placed it on top of previous dishes in the draining board. I turned around, grabbed a dish towel on the counter, and began to dry them and put them away. I had done 2 or 3 items and realized that I hadn't done Freddy's bowl. I know that it was on top, but I totally looked around all the dishes, and it wasn't there. I finished all the other dishes, and still, it wasn't there. I looked on the floor, all the counters, every surface of the kitchen, and finally looked under the sink. I lived there for another 3 years, looking for it every day. And even now that I've moved, when I visit, I look. It's now 2023, and I believe that the Matrix took it. It's just so strange. I grew up on a street with the houses across from me having their backyards butted up against a cemetery. One of my friends and his older brother, who is the same age as my older brother, lived on that side. At the end of our street was one of the entries to the cemetery. We regularly rode our bikes there. There were a number of ponds to skip stones in or catch frogs. Plus, the bike riding was awesome because it was dirt paths and never busy. The four of us and another neighbor were biking one day after school, and we were hitting pretty low hills to do tricks. Nothing crazy, but the friend my age had a bad fall. His leg was really bad, and we all thought it was broke. His brother and the other boys stayed, and I rode my bike back to his house to get his mom. I knocked on the door and anxiously told her how bad he was hurt. She was confused and said that he was home. He walked toward the door like no big deal. I was frozen. I took my time going back to the cemetery to meet up with everyone else. No one was there anymore. I went home to see what happened to my brother, and he was just eating snacks laying on the couch and watching TV. I asked where he went, and he said that he hadn't left the house yet, and that he'd just been hanging out. Before I knew of glitches, I thought maybe my friend was saved from this by a guardian angel, and I had just witnessed the outcome of it and no one else did. But now, I believe this to have been a glitch. This is a pretty short story, but strange nonetheless. Just a quick note, I have my alarms set for 5:30 a.m. every weekday for school, with additional alarms 15 minutes apart if I want to sleep in a little more. So, the next alarm would be 5:45 and then 6. A couple of weeks ago, my alarm for 5:30 went off. I had gone to bed at a very late time that night and figured that another 15 minutes would do me well. So, I clicked dismiss and went back to bed. 15 minutes later, at 5:45, my other alarm goes off once again and I clicked the dismiss button. I put my phone down beside me and flopped face down onto the pillow for a few seconds to prepare myself for the annoying long day of school ahead of me. After those few seconds, I grabbed my phone and got out of bed. I usually check my social media as I get ready, so I went to unlock my phone. I saw that the time was 5:33 a.m. Immediately I was thrown off because I knew that I had dismissed my alarm twice already, and if I had accidentally pressed the snooze button on the alarm, it would have gone off 9 minutes later, which would have been 5:39. I proceeded to go on with my day, but that strange time glitch that morning was messing with my brain all day. Today, while visiting my mom, I offered to help her out around the house while she worked in her garden. I began vacuuming her kitchen with her new vacuum cleaner that I hadn't used before. I looked at the settings to be sure that I had it all right before I turned it on, and I moved the switch to hardwood floor, which was the third setting, but I didn't pay attention to the other two settings, since that was what I was looking for. When I got to her rugs, I looked at the switch to switch it from hard floor to a more appropriate setting, and this time the vacuum read something along the lines of carpet/rug for the first setting, and then there was a symbol with a line at the bottom, and small lines coming off the top of that line for the second setting, and then hard floor for the third setting. I immediately thought it was weird that the second setting had a drawing and symbol, when the other two had words. I switched it to the third setting and vacuumed the rugs. As I was working on this, my mom walked back through the house. I asked what the second setting was for. I assumed it was for very short carpet, but was just checking, and she confirmed this. After the rugs, I looked down to switch it back to the hard floor setting, and now the second setting had words, indicating short carpet, instead of a symbol. I just paused and looked at it for a moment because it was completely different than what I was positive I saw just a few minutes before. I know that this is a small glitch, but I am positive the first time I looked at it, it was a symbol/drawing. But every time I checked after that, it was words. Hi, Raven. I recently submitted a couple of stories and wanted to add this one. This is by far the strangest one, and it's the only one that I have no possible explanation for. It's one of two things that I've experienced that I am almost certain are paranormal. Strangely, it didn't stick in my memory the same way that the other less bizarre occurrences did. I only remembered it randomly today. A couple of years ago, I found a strange piece of plastic on the kitchen counter. It was translucent and a dark green. It was heavy plastic with odd little sparkles inside of it, if that makes sense. In other words, it was very distinct. And for the life of me, I had no idea where it had come from. It was small, but again, distinctive. I just threw it away. A couple of days later, I was standing in the same spot at the kitchen counter, about to put a plastic bag clip on a bag of chips, when the clip suddenly snapped, just broke in half. I heard a small piece of plastic at the counter, but I couldn't find it to throw it away with the rest of the broken clip. Then it hit me. I looked down at the translucent dark green plastic of the clip, the little sparkles in the plastic. It was the exact same material, exactly the same. The more I thought about it, the more dumbfounded I was. I'd been listening to glitch stories lately, and I stood there and thought, holy crap, I just experienced a glitch. Glitch? Time travel? Some sort of hole in reality or displacement? I have no idea. But I have no good explanation for how that piece of plastic from the broken clip ended up on the counter days before it should have. Keep up the good work. I'm really enjoying the podcast, and it gets me through my late exercise walks. A few months ago, I decided to ride my bicycle at night in the park, and I'd put my Android Xiaomi cell phone in a chest-cross bag along with my apartment keys. When I stopped at the park and took my cell phone out of the bag, the bottom right corner was very damaged from the keys. It was very scratched, and I got really upset because I don't use a protective shield, and the damage was permanent. I sat there, very sad, and starting to send a voice message to my best friend relating what happened, and we talked about it. I even searched online for new screens on AliExpress, wondering how much they cost to get it exchanged for a new one. I was upset because I'd been thinking about my screen being scratched or broken these past few weeks, since I kept putting the phone with my keys. And I could have seen this coming and predicted it was going to happen. I was upset because I knew that this could happen, and then it did happen the exact way that I was thinking. The glitch in the Matrix is, a few days later, I noticed that my screen was back to normal, and now it only has one minor scratch that was already there before. It wasn't damaged anymore, like that day in the park. It was back to being completely normal, and I didn't understand. I messaged my friend asking her if she remembered the audio messages that I sent to her that night, talking about the incident and how the keys left my phone scratched and how I was upset about it. And she confirmed that it all did happen. The one thing I really don't understand is that keys don't really damage phone screens anymore because they use Gorilla Glass. But I swear to you all that I spent a lot of time that night sat on a park bench looking at the damaged corner of the screen. I even opened white images on Google so that I could look and see how much damage was done. And I had even searched for new screen replacements online at that time. So I really don't know what happened. I was invited to a friend's wedding last Memorial Day. It's a 4-hour drive to my hometown, but I have friends and family I want to visit. So I took the weekend off. Friday morning, I stopped by work to pick up my paycheck, and then stopped by Walmart to cash it, and then 7-Eleven to fill the tank, buy a couple packs of smokes, and then hit the road. I get into town, visited some friends, and then went to my ex-wife's to visit my daughter and slept there. In the morning, I put all but $500 in a pack of smokes and threw them in the glove compartment. I went to the wedding, visited with friends, and then went back to my daughter's to visit some more, and then headed over to a friend's. We talked for a couple of hours, and I ran out of smokes in the pack that I had on me. So I went out to the car, grabbed the pack from the glove box. They were not there. I cleaned out my car, nowhere to be found. I talked to my ex-wife and my daughter, and they both said they didn't find them anywhere. It was late, and I was tired, so I turned and headed back an hour drive to my ex-wife's house to sleep, and would try retracing everything in the morning. After coming up with nothing, I put $50 of the last $75 that I had in my pocket in the gas tank, bought another pack of smokes, and went to head out on the 5-hour drive home. I got back about 5 minutes before I had to be at work, so I just went directly in. When my shift was over, I went home and went right to sleep. When I woke up in the morning, I reached over and grabbed a pack of smokes off of the nightstand. It had $500 in it, and the other pack was in my coat pocket. Now, I know that there's no way that I had left them there because I didn't stop back by my place after cashing my check. My smokes had somehow disappeared from my glove box, and then reappeared 200 miles away at my house. I'm still trying to figure out if it was a trickster like Loki or Coyote, or some kind of glitch in the Matrix. As the title suggests, my 22 pack of razor heads disappeared from my toiletries drawer about a month ago. The pack is quite large and contains 22 razor heads, each packed in a small plastic box, with 3 razor heads in each box along with 1 razor. I know for sure that no one else touched it, since I'm the only one in the household using razors, and the drawer is in my room under my bed. Additionally, I have drug paraphernalia in one drawer, which is quite visible. If either of my parents opened it, they would have noticed for sure. Now to the event itself. A month ago, I was getting ready for a date with my now ex, and I wanted to shave while I showered. I knew that I had the aforementioned pack of razor heads, and I had only used 2 plastic boxes by then, so I had 8 or 9 left for sure. When I opened the drawer, I couldn't see the carton sheet, which was the packet, and the biggest, most noticeable item in there. I started rummaging through the drawer, but I still couldn't locate it. After several minutes of searching, I was quite frustrated because I couldn't find them. I started taking things out of the drawer one after another, until all of the items were out and the drawer was empty. I found only 1 plastic box with 3 razor heads while removing the items. I thought maybe I took them all out and threw out the carton, but where are the rest of the razor heads? Since all of this took me around 10 minutes, I didn't have any time to think about it and search for them, so I returned all of the other things and went to shower. After a couple of days, I wanted to shave my legs quickly in the shower, and I went to the drawer thinking I put the rest of the razor heads in one of my necessities. But it turned out that I hadn't. I even removed the drawer to check if they were somehow in the very small space behind the drawer. But, of course, they weren't. So I just let it go. Now, this morning, I opened the drawer and there was a razor head package with 7 or 8 plastic containers inside. I was like, what the hell? How? And why? I was door dashing today, June 5th, 2023, around 4 p.m. I had a list of items a customer wanted me to get for them from the Dollar General store. It was around 40 items. As I was shopping, I stumbled across this separate shopper's cart. It had like 10 items that I needed on my shopping list in it. Some of the items I had already picked, but there were several others I needed and got them out of this separate shopping cart. It also had this one item that was out of stock temporarily inside this shopping cart. It was some kind of makeup called Sea Queen. Other items that I needed or I had already picked up that were inside the cart, like miniature Tootsie Rolls, body mist that I had overlooked on my shopping list, Dawn soap, etc. They were the exact same brands as my list. I wasn't sure of what to make of it at first, and I wondered if another dasher may have come in and got the items, but then rejected the order and passed it on to me. I asked the cashier if he had seen another dasher in here earlier, and he said he had seen no other dasher that whole day. I took the items to the customer, and I asked her if someone else beside me had been scheduled to bring her dash earlier, instead of me. She said no, that I was the only name she had to pick up her items from the Dollar General. I started to ask myself, am I experiencing a glitch in the Matrix? To be sure, I ended up calling the DoorDash main phone number to ask if another dasher had been on the list to take that specific DoorDash. He said I was the only person that was on the list to take that dash. I'm not sure what to make of this, but I'm completely dumbfounded. Was this a glitch or something paranormal? It seems more like a glitch in the Matrix to me, and if you have any logical explanation, please feel free to share. Thank you. To start, I'm from Croatia, and English is not my first language. My boyfriend and I, we were cleaning a building together. That day, my boyfriend left a key in the storage room keyhole until we cleaned the whole building. He was sure that he left it there, and he typically doesn't lose things nor forget where he leaves them. He's not like me. When we were done, we went back to get the key, which I also saw in the lock when I was passing by. But suddenly the key wasn't there. Both he and I were surprised that the key wasn't there, so we went to look for it in the car. We looked everywhere. The sides, the front, even where we would never leave the key. But it's nowhere to be found. When we were cleaning, the people who normally stay there, because people give them things, passed by. So my boyfriend and I immediately assumed that they may have stolen the key. Although we both knew that these people were okay, and that they probably wouldn't have done that. We just didn't have any other logical explanation. We agreed to look for them right away, because they couldn't have gone far. We started looking for them, and when we found them, my boyfriend went out to ask them if they had taken the key. And at the moment that he ran outside and started to question them, I looked down and saw the key in my hand. The key suddenly magically materialized in my hand out of nowhere. If the key were in my hand the whole time, my boyfriend would have been the first to notice. There's no way he wouldn't have noticed that. When I saw the key, I immediately ran out and told my boyfriend that the key was in my hand. We apologized to the people and had a small talk about it, and when we got back in the car, even my boyfriend, who had never heard of such things or seen such a thing, was in shock. I mean, he's never even watched or seen a single video about the paranormal. I don't know how he lives like that. The most bizarre of all is that shortly before this event, I had been talking to him about such things and things that have happened to me, but he wasn't interested. And now it happens to us, as if something wanted to show him that he had to trust me, and that such things do happen. So, let me preface this by saying that I know I only have one pair of these socks. I know this because my mom bought them for me as a surprise when I was still in high school, about 2 to 3 years ago, and I was absolutely obsessed with them. I remember it being incredibly annoying to have to find that single pair and wash them multiple times a week so I could wear them. If I had more than one pair, then I wouldn't be washing them as often, because I would have a clean pair waiting for me. But that isn't the case. Anyway, they are white crew socks, with a cartoonish smiley face on both ankles, and 2 black stripes on the toes. I loved them. I wore them all the time up until about a year ago. One of the socks had a 2 to 3 inch hole in the sole, which I expected soon enough based on how much I wore them. I was really upset. Silly, I know. But they meant a lot to me because they reminded me of my mom. At that time, I moved away from home for the first time about 8 months prior. Home was 2 hours north, so I didn't see her often. And that's why the socks meant so much to me. So, anyways, I was upset about the hole, but I didn't want to throw them away, so I just shoved them in the back of the drawer to avoid grabbing them. Fast forward to today, 14 months after shoving these socks in the drawer, my partner gets home from work. She takes her shoes off, and at first glance I don't entirely notice, but then I did. She was wearing the socks with holes. So, of course, I asked her why she chose to wear the socks with the holes, and she said that there aren't any holes in them. I figured that she just hadn't seen or felt it, which was surprising for me since it was a fairly large hole. So I checked out the socks and, yeah, there are no holes. To say that I'm shocked is an understatement because I remember how upset I was when I couldn't wear them anymore due to the holes. I mean, I'm glad there aren't holes now. I can wear them again, but there definitely were holes. And I'm absolutely perplexed. This might not be that crazy to some, but I just can't wrap my head around it. This one isn't as interesting as some of the others here, but it happened to me thrice in this apartment. The way that the bathroom was set up meant that it had 2 rooms. One for the bathroom and shower, and the other for the sinks and cabinets. The trash can was between the toilet and shower, so it couldn't have made it into there. We checked the hallways each time, too. It only happened when we were at my old apartment. We called the bathroom the Black Hole. I was doing my hair for a party and dropped one of my small scrunchies and couldn't find it. I called my roommate in and she and I both took everything out of the bathroom, the rolling shelves, everything off the shelves, everything out of the drawers and cabinets, and we still could not find it. It was a bright yellow scrunchie, so it shouldn't have been that hard to find. The second time, my roommate and I were doing our makeup together, and the head of one of my makeup brushes fell off. My roommate and I both watched it bounce off of the sink counter, bounce onto the floor, and go under the little lip where the cabinet door hangs out a little bit. I immediately bent down to grab it, but I couldn't find it. Cue the deconstruction of the bathroom once again, while me and all 3 of my roommates took turns looking for it. Even after we all moved out and scrubbed the place top to bottom, we never found it. Even though the door to the bathroom was closed, we opened it and looked in the hallway too. The third time, my roommate was watching me do my makeup again when I lost another brush head. It was literally the same type of brush, just new. I've changed brushes since then. Their glue obviously wasn't the best. One of the boyfriends of a roommate helped us this time too, because he didn't believe us about the last time. And the 5 of us had no luck. That apartment complex always had this weird energy, but that was the 3rd apartment in that complex that I had been in, and nothing like this had ever happened. When we moved out, I had one of my exes and a friend come help and look through my stuff / the bathroom, because I was still so confused. And still, no luck.